Okay, thank you very much. I just want to welcome members, the officials, and if there's any members of the public, but I don't think they do have a space, even if it can be they are in here. And again, going to ask the members to introduce themselves for the record, and also for our officials to introduce themselves. So my name is Matlodi Maseko, and I'm the new chairperson for the standing committee. And members?
Good morning, Dan Plot.
Good morning, Chair. Khalid Sayed.
Good morning, Gillian Postman.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Good morning, Chairperson, and congratulations on your election as the chairperson of this standing committee. I am Masizole Mngasela, the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament.
Deputy Speaker.
Good morning, Chair. Beverly Schaefer, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Maybe you can continue, Secretary, then we can go and.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, honourable members. And thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Romeo Adams. I'm the Secretary to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Sunal Fouché. I'm the Director of Public Engagement. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, honourable members. My name is Babalo Stemele. I'm the Director of Parliamentary Support Services.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Margot Goldstone, Director for Strategy.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kalfima Abrams, Senior Manager for the Auditor General.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Madoda Matluchana, Head of Office of the Speaker.
Good morning, Chair, members and staff. My name is Tao Jowdy, Manager Financial and Management Accounting.
Good morning, Chair, members. Nicole Peterson, Chief Financial Officer.
Oh, we have to know each other, even though you are at the back. It's not just for the roundtable introductions only.
Morning, Chair. Mario Sassman, Manager Committee Support.
Morning, Chair. My name is Temba Keso, Manager PEO. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Ridwan Babu, Manager, Knowledge Management and Information Services.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, Chair. Committee members, Director Institutional Enablement.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Zinzinigello, Manager Financial Compliance and Internal Control.
Morning, Chair. Usman Alexander, Supply Chain Management.
IT Manager. Chair, morning, members. Yanni A, Speaker's Office.
Thank you very much. And I'm not alone. I am with Dustin and also Nomfundo and Lizette. Thank you. And I just want to table an apology from our member Lecker. Yeah, I always forget Lecker's name. So we have to continue. Thank you very much. Also, Member Said for standing in for Member Lecker. Without wasting any time, I'm going to hand over to the Speaker for his forward. But before you come in, members, as you know, the agenda for today is our famous Grey Book. We do have the annual report for the 2021-2022. That is the business of the day. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, honorable members of the committee. Again, congratulations to yourself, Madam Chair, on your election as the chairperson of this committee. Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr. Secretary, the members of the senior management team of this great institution, Western Cape Provincial Parliament, and of course, the chairperson of the audit committee, Mr. Francois Barnett, the Auditor General, and all the staff members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, the people of the Western Cape. Chair, it is really a humbling opportunity to present to you the annual report of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament for the 2021-22 financial year. When I took office as the Speaker in 2019, I committed inter alia to the following, which were key priorities as I came into office. One is to uphold and protect the dignity and decorum of the House and to serve all members of this Parliament equally. To ensure that the Western Cape Provincial Parliament fulfills its constitutional obligation of lawmaking, oversight, and public participation to its entirety. To create an environment where all honorable members and personnel can participate in proceedings and procedures of the WCPP to their full potential and thereby strengthening our ability to enhance parliamentary democracy. Madam Chairperson, I further committed to represent our institution both within South Africa, in the region, in the diaspora, and of course, in the international fora. To the best of my ability in pursuit of representing the people of the Western Cape who have put us into office. I committed to endeavor in creating and maintaining a stable parliamentary organization to serve the members of this House and of course the people of the province optimally with clear lines of authority and accountability, respecting the different governance structures that exist. Madam Chairperson, it must be noted that the legislative sector, locally and globally, is a sector that is distinct, yes, interdependent, but a sector that in terms of the statute, that remains very much independent in its functions. Because we are a legislative arm of the state, and in terms of the constitution, those responsibilities are to ensure that there's quality oversight, there's substantive nature of making the laws that include the people of this province, but of course to ensure that whatever we do, the people are at the center of that, and that is public participation. We have done that, and I made that commitment that we'll do that. So in order to achieve all of these, it remained very key to ensure that the relationship between the Speaker, the office of the Speaker, and the administration through the Secretary and the senior management team remains one that is strong and harmonious. And I must say that it has been a very fulfilling and quite a pleasant journey to get to where we are, albeit with some challenges like any other organization. But I must say that it's been exciting to see the work that we've achieved collectively as an institution. I acknowledge the role of the Secretary as the accounting officer, and of course, the role of the executive authority, Madam Chair, honorable members, each having its own accountability structures as provided in the legislation and regulatory frameworks. It was critical that together we enable the Western Cape Provincial Parliament to optimally deliver on its mandate, mindful of the possible resource and other limitations we may face along the way. I'm very grateful to report that as an institution, we are well on track, Madam Chair, to achieving all our goals and the commitments we have set for ourselves when I took office in 2019. I am still of the firm view that this sixth term of Parliament presents an opportunity to refocus our attention in creating a modern, outcomes-driven institution, valuing traditional approaches, but at the same time, appreciating and embracing the exciting opportunities that come with the new world order. And that is being able to appreciate the benefit of agility, the benefit of using the changing world as an opportunity to refocus and be able to adapt and apply change management processes. The challenge, though, remains to creating a modern, sharp, focused, and fully integrated organization. During the year under review, the administration and I analyzed key strategic issues affecting the WCPP and did a thorough review of the performance of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. And of course, this is something that we've been doing to date. And the outcome of the above will be to use whatever that we get out of that to help us with the annual performance plan for the 2022-23 and the MTEF going forward. The COVID-19 is one of those opportunities that we're able to grasp. And I will touch on that further to say, Chair, the detail of the core business interventions, enhanced public involvement and public participation initiatives, and of course, the ongoing implementation of our digital transformation strategy would be found in the plan where a number of key strategic areas received attention. I'm sure you'll also notice that your emails and calendars and all that have been somewhat disrupted over the past few days. And that is that transition. That is that transition to try and enhance and take the best systems that we can employ in the new world order. We have also established the Directorate, Madam Chairperson, honorable members, for the management of performance information and thereby improving reporting on our activities. And I must say, Chair, the Director, Margot Goldstein, who's in charge of this institution, of this particular area of strategy and institutional oversight, she has been hard at work in the collective to ensure that we're able to achieve the objectives that we set, not just to create structures, but to focus on what it is that you want to deliver and then try to on an ongoing basis, monitor and evaluate progress in that regard. Chair, honorable members, key to our performance was the implementation of the new organizational structure approved in December 2021. This process involved the identification of technological enablers and business processes, as well as an assessment of future skills that we need as an institution. There are positions, for instance, that we've had in the organogram for a very long time, that over time you realize that you may need to reconfigure in order to fit the kind of animal we want to see as an institution to better perform and ensure that we function optimally. Our international relations activities also gathered more tradition in comparison to the COVID-19 related constraints experienced during the last 2 years of reporting to this POC. And the Western Cape Provincial Parliament was able to participate in all the international and regional fora that were involved in as an institution. Importantly, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament was asked to respond, among others, to the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and participate in some international fora, in the seminars. I must say that it was disappointing at some stage. We were invited, myself and the Deputy Speaker, to a forum in 2020 to learn about how parliaments work during COVID-19. And when we arrived there, we actually had to teach them how it works. And that is some of the things that in the international space, despite COVID-19, we were able to employ tools and instruments to continue to function, not only here at home, but internationally. And thanks to the support of the administration and, of course, the Deputy Speaker in this regard. Mention must also be made of the successful launch of our very own homegrown outreach and public involvement initiative that we affectionately call Teta Nati, meaning common sprat met ons, talk to us, which was well received by all our stakeholders across the province, and which we will continuously refine to better enhance that area of work of public participation as an institution, which is a very clear requirement in terms of the Constitution that we need to do. Finally, Madam Chair, honorable members, I wish to thank the Deputy Speaker for her support and the assistance, as well as the Secretary to the Provincial Parliament, Mr. Adams, and the entire administrative staff for providing exceptional support under very trying circumstances. A special word of thanks is extended to my office under the leadership of Mr. Matluchana, Umia Utwanin Sbeo, for leading the pack in the office, and of course, under trying circumstances, and being able to pull through this successful team that leads this august parliament. Madam Chair, there are some issues that when you look at the annual report, you will correctly may have come across on overspending, on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, unauthorized spending, and all of that. And of course, you may also have come across areas where we've got international partnerships. Some of these will report in the new financial year. But it is important to just brag, in this current calendar year, we've had an opportunity to meet with the Welsh Parliament and really signed an agreement with the Welsh Parliament, which is a memorandum of intent, where we will cooperate with them on a number of areas. And of course, we also had the opportunity, now coming will be us engaging with the Bavarian Parliament, again, signing another agreement with them. And all of this is to look at how we enhance the work of Parliament to equip, support, and capacitate the human capital in order to provide the professional support to the members of Parliament to enable this institution to function at a very optimal level. And to conclude, Madam Chairperson, capacity building for members of Parliament continue to be an area of concern and an area where we continue to invest in setting up partnerships and relationships with the ICPS and others, where we are well on track to ensure that no member of Parliament wants to study and they are unable to do that because there are limitations, especially to enhance the work that they do as members of this House. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I made a mistake of not giving you the time when you started. And I said, when you continue, said, oh, I could have said only 5 minutes. So it was a blank check to you about time and you used it. So I'm going to hand over to the members. Okay, members. We are going to start with the annual report. And again, thank you, Speaker, for your forward. we are going to concentrate on this grey book. And maybe the attachment to your grey book will be your strategic plan, your annual performance plan, budget process, target performance, the working of the legislature, effective management of the legislature, and then we can make recommendations for effective functioning of our legislature. That is the core of our oversight. Quite different from any other portfolio committees. This one you from page 1 up to the last page. So there's no any other committee that is going to deal with the financials or the governance. So it's a whole book in front of you. That being said, I'm opening up and giving you the book from page 8, 10, 11, 12, and 13. That I'll take the questions from those pages. And also I need to table apology of member Treko. Also, I hear that he sent the email that has to be on record. Over to you, members. Can I see hands? There's no questions from those pages of member side and member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just to start off with, firstly, thank you very much to the speaker for the intro and greetings to the team. On page 9 in the speaker's introductory remarks, he speaks about the team and the way they've been working together. I think that's good, but I just want to start off by expressing concern, Chairperson. The recent, and we don't want to go into this, is not the platform too much of those issues, but the division that we have experienced between the speaker and the deputy speaker. I think that does not bode well for the functioning of the legislature. I just want to put that on record as the ANC. But then, and I'm hoping that those matters will be sorted out, will be resolved in an amicable manner, and in a just manner. On page 12, Chairperson, the title heading, program expenditure and the actual expenditure. Just to indicate that as the ANC, we always complain, and I think this was also the complaint last year by Honorable Lecker. We will always raise concern with the fact that this time around 41% of the budget goes into Program 1, Governance, Leadership and Administration. While we don't want to enter necessarily into the factional battles of the governing party, we must, however, point out.
Sorry, member, before you continue, maybe to have a very beautiful annual report. I usually say this as a chair that I should have said before we started. Once we are in the committee, we are committee members. And we are not going to have the questions from the DA, the EFF. We are going to have the questions as the committee so whether being any other question, if we can leave the labeling of the party and see member as a member of the standing committee to ask the questions, it will be such a beautiful oversight from our side. Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you, Chair. No, Chair, that is the principle. Indeed, we represent different parties. We have collective oversight, but also the institution serves various members of parties, but that's fine. We just wanted to get a sense we want to point out, though, and we picked this up in the report, that there is, and I think, and we're not talking here about members of the parties represented here. I want to say that there's a worrying trend where the actual work, where you've got committee budgets being cut, and we of the view that that is to accommodate, and there's a perception out there, DA cadres working in the program and with a bloated leadership. The situation is not acceptable. We must also raise the concern of under expenditure. It was raised now earlier about the overall under expenditure, but the under expenditure of 1 million rand in public engagement, and even worse, the 1.5 million in member support. Members have to be supported. We cannot pat ourselves on the back, Chair, in saving money when we have constitutional obligations as members of this House. So if money in this particular two programs are not fully spent, then it means that we have not been fully capacitated to do our jobs completely. So that's the concern. On page 13 as well, I've got two on page 13: irregular, fruitless, and wasteful spending. Two new cases we see there's a situation where two new cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure have arisen with a total value of 2.160 reported during the 2021-2022 financial year. Can we receive some of the details of these cases? Then finally, also on page 13, 4.2.3, supply chain and asset management. Within the context of the COVID pandemic, supply chain has continued to operate remotely, partially. And the unit, in terms of the procurement process, is able to function remotely. That's what it says. However, we notice that the report also says that supply chain can operate remotely and have been operating remotely. But we've had specific requests. I'm speaking here practically. We've had specific requests from this floor, from the fourth floor, and there have been various delays for months. And the reason is that supply chain, and that's been, and the cause of these delays has been supply chain. So I just wanted to know, is it efficient for supply chain during this period of time, while members are now coming in, while staff are coming in, to be working remotely? When this has not been the experience, I can at least say, don't want to say from the ANC, but from the official opposition occupying a space on the fourth floor, especially when supply chain has to do with this building in particular. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Bosman. I think we are noting the questions. I'm going to take the questions from members so that when you respond, you can respond to all of them.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I want to also sort of follow on from what the speaker mentioned about the innovative new tool that's been used to engage in public participation. And I want to congratulate the team on the rolling out of Teta Nati. I've not been fortunate to attend, but I've heard from members of the community and at times from members of the public when we were at a standing committee meeting at the Hanakotsia Clinic in Saldanha, that the members of the public attended a Teta Nati, and they were told that the government and the parliament will be here, so they're coming to ask some questions. And I think this is a really innovative tool to further expand on public participation, because we do know that public participation in South Africa has been limited to a tick-boxing exercise. What I do want to ask is, how does that measure with the cut in committee budgets? Because we know that committees are the engine room of drafting and developing the legislation, which is taking the information that the public provides us on their perceptions and their engagements with government and translating that into actual laws that actually serve the people of the Western Cape. So how is it on the one hand we're rolling out in further engagements, but we are curtailing the capacity of the institution to actually process that information into meaningful outputs? That's my first question. The second one, on the speakers forward, there's reference made to creating a stable parliamentary organization. I'd like to know what is being done to create a stable parliamentary organization that serves the members, but also provides for the health and well-being of the staff who work in this building, specifically in light of the walkabout that we did a few weeks ago to look at fire and safety readiness, where we saw that the building was clearly not ready and that there were serious failures in the ability of Parliament to manage its relationship with Public Works to actually get this building fire compliant, and also to make sure that the Parliament is maintained, as well as the offices of ministers and government officials, because we do receive people, members of the public in this building, and it's sometimes embarrassing to walk from the 6th floor or the 2nd floor and then to where the members work, and people ask, oh, this is very different. And then my last question in this round, Chair, on page 12, there was, my calculations are correct, 16,000 Rand collected in the sale of capital assets. So to excuse my calculations, I can't count, but my question would be, what happens to this money? So when we sell items off to staff and to members, does that just go back into the general pool? Does it go back to provincial treasury, or does Parliament get to repurpose that? Because we know very often within the departments that money gets taken up by treasury and it gets put into the general pool, and it actually doesn't go into the institution. So is that specifically used to replace the items that have either been condoned or removed, or is it going into a different pot?
Thank you very much. The response, I don't know who's going to take it first, Secretary.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
We'll deal with it this way. Thank you to the honorable members. I'll deal with some questions and the secretary will direct the rest. The first question by Honorable Said, which really was a political statement that he made. You know, in politics, one thing that politics and political science really is established as an ethos, both academically and in practice, is that we're not in a romantic relationship. And even in romantic relationships, at times, if you were to open the doors and see behind those walls, you would say, these ones, they were holding hands. Yeah, man, are they still together? So the reality is, there is no, let me put it differently. There's no expectation not to have differences between either myself and the Deputy Speaker. But those differences should not be destructive. And that is what matters. Because we are running an institution, that is what you serve as members, all of us together as a collective. The institution, is it able to function? The answer is yes. Is it able to produce work? The answer is yes. Do we have a healthy, happy human capital? As Mr. Titus will tell you, the answer is yes. Then the question about the politics and the theatrics, that must be ventilated in the space where it belongs. But Honorable Said raised a concern, which I think politically, that is a matter that should be addressed politically. But administratively, we're very much functioning. I must say, I'm boastful this morning because the chair of the audit committee is there, myself and the deputy speaker at a meeting with him, where he reported to us how happy he is about the performance of this institution. Equally, the Auditor General is here. They written down their submission to this House an audited financial statement that says we have an audit outcome that is both unqualified and without adverse areas of emphasis. So this is an area that is important for the functioning of the institution. All of the other issues, personalities, that can be addressed and ventilated in the platforms and the fora where those belong. So I'll stop there on that. And also on the bloated administration, Chair, I think if the honorable members, and of course appreciating Honorable Said's concern, it could be created as an impression, honorable members, that when expenditure goes up, that means there's more people. the reality is there's less. If you look at the institution now as it stands, they are positioned that I took a decision with the accounting officer not to fill those positions. But the specificity, the CFO will give that. And I'm not very much worried about the spending in that area. In fact, if I were to take it further, I must thank Nehau for understanding our situation. The chairperson of Nehau and the Western Cape Provincial Parliament Nehau branch chairperson, who, with the collective, when they engage with my delegation from the SMT, to say, listen, we only have this little bit of money for salary increases. They understood us. If you were to look next door in the National Parliament and the other 8 legislatures, there's toy-toying there. There's protest. There's no protest here. And that is primarily the engagement that has been proactive, working together with staff to ensure that we have an institution that is functional and stable. So the other issues of the supply chain and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and the condonation there on just above, that is 4.2.2. So those matters, the CFO will talk to that and the accounting officer. What was due to me, Honorable Said, I dealt with what I needed to do. There's a report that is sitting before a committee of parliament. And part of that is a matter that I personally, as the executive authority, have to deal with in terms of the Vassen report. What is it that I need to do as the speaker? And all of those, the recommendations I have acted, both in terms of the secretary and the deputy speaker's area of concern. It was very key for me to do that. It's the law. It's not whether I loved doing that or not. It's the law. That's how it works. And then the Honorable Bosman, thank you, Chair. Honorable Bosman, thank you for congratulating Tetanat. I must say that it's something that all other parliaments are looking forward to see how can they model this. And the local authorities, when we went to municipalities, there are municipalities that say to Ms. Fouchier, can you come help us to have this same program? It's a special purpose vehicle that even myself, I don't know how we came about this, but we continue to pray that we become better at what we do. Why do you cut the committee budget? We did not cut it. It is simply a scientific tool that we use, but the CFO will tell you how. I think, Honorable Bosman, you know that when we went to the UK, there was a lot of money for committees and we don't even have that pound for that. But the reality in terms of what you raised, which I agree with you, it does very much, it does more harm to the work of legislation, facilitation, which comes from the NCOP and all of that, even our own legislation and the oversight work that we have to do, including the area of public participation. But there's no much more money spent on another area than the other. You see, Honorable Said said, why is there less money spent? And that was in that area of underspending on the public participation. It could be defined in many ways, but we don't have more money for that and that. We just have no money as a parliament. Parliament has been treated as if it's another department in government, in the administration. We are not part of the executive. We are a legislative arm of the state. So as the whole sector, we are beginning to raise that issue sharply with the national minister, Chairperson, where we've asked to be given at least 750 million rands minimum in order to share with the legislative sector as a whole. Because some of the budgets, the baseline has not shifted. That includes this one in terms of our own baseline. Now, if you don't shift the baseline, but more work gets added, you're going to have that problem where so we'll be fighting among ourselves, where we should be saying to the executive, we'll pass your budget, but give us more money to do oversight over that budget. But we should not be here fighting among ourselves. We should be fighting with the executive, making a case there. And the POC, yourself, Honorable Bosman, and the collective must make that case there. When I meet the finance minister, all the time I ask, all the predecessors and the new finance minister. I said, we need money to do the work of parliament, and we're not getting that budget. The least we did this year was to ask for a 3.5 million rands to go and do our international work, because we're asked to coordinate the regional and the international Commonwealth Parliamentary Association delegation from South Africa. And we were to beg to get money to do the work that we do. And it's something that we do once every 10 years. So it is difficult when you don't shift the baseline, but the work continues to be added as a workload. So I've responded to your question about a stable parliament. I think we are a stable parliament. If you achieve these results, but what I need to deal with is the other part of that question, Honorable Bosman, about the quality of this building. I mean, the Deputy Speaker in the previous term, in the beginning of the term, from the Rules Committee, was tasked to lead a subcommittee to look at the new building for this institution. We had to cut that abruptly when COVID-19 pandemic hit the shores. Now that is a serious problem that we're confronted with. The building is not healthy. It's not good. You look at it, you go to the lavatories, you realize that there's a problem. You're even scared to send your guests there to those bathrooms. It's uninhabitable. Now we can't even shift the air conditioner where we are now. We're burning here. It's operated centrally like in the 19th century. So that is the challenge that we have, but we need POC because we did a walkabout together, and we would like you to help us to raise this sharply with the Standing Committee on Infrastructure, because myself and the Minister and the HOD and the Secretary, we're talking in terms of trying to resolve these things. In our last engagement, Chair, as I conclude, we were told that there's something that is being done. That was what we were told. Honorable Postman, you were there. They told us, no, something is being done. It was like a political statement. What is that? Something is being done. So that's really a frustrating thing. And you were correct that ministers' buildings and the offices as they are, some of them have got bathrooms in their offices. I remember when I was the sub-council chairperson, Honorable Plato, in Belleville, 2006, long time ago. In my office, I had a bathroom and an ensuite. And that is 2006. And this is Parliament, yet zero facilities. The Deputy Speaker sits in a tiny corner there. Very embarrassing for an institution like ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honourable members for the questions. So some of the responses and the matters that have been raised by the members here might also come out in further detail in the other parts of the report, but nevertheless, we'll respond to the questions as it has been posed. There was a question by, I think it was Honourable Bosman, on the sale of capital assets. What happens to the funds that come from that? I'm going to ask the CFO and Mr. Jawudeen just to respond to that. There was then also a question on the underspend of 1 million on public engagement and members' support. I'm also going to ask Mr. Jawudeen so that the committee just has an indication in which areas there was the underspend, whether it be members' remuneration, etc., and what is then the implications of that. Honourable Bosman had also asked about the health and wellness as it relates to the walkabout. I'm going to ask Mr. Titus just to give a bit of an update because there has been engagements with the Department of Transport and Public Works in the area of their responsibility for the building itself, so that the committee just has an indication of in terms of that. But Chairperson, if you would allow me just to make maybe just maximum 5 points. The year 2021-2022 was the year just prior to the lockdown regulations being suspended. The Western Cape Provincial Parliament, as a provincial legislature in the Republic of South Africa, and I think we continue to make this point, is an institution who has the smallest budget and the smallest head count in terms of individuals when we compare with the other provincial legislatures. Yet the mandate remains the same, public participation, lawmaking, and oversight. So we are always looking for new ways to do our work, given the challenges of the resourcing. There was a question on program 1 specifically. So when we look at program 1, program 1 has programmatic work. Our IT component sits within program 1. The matter of the cybersecurity strategy is an important area for us, because if we want to go the route of modernizing the institution by using the tools that are out there so that we enhance the efficiency, we must make sure that those tools are safe and secure, so that when we do the work, there's no challenges with regards to no, but we can't trust the system, etc., etc. So in the year 2021-2022, we had started with the planning of our cybersecurity strategy, and the rollout was then not a big bang rollout, but a phased approach in terms of when funding becomes available in order for us to roll out in terms of that. It is also important for us to look at how we can create partnerships and establish partnerships with other like-minded institutions, so that we can, together with the like-minded institutions, still get to do our work better in terms of public participation, lawmaking, and oversight. It is in 2021-2022 that we had finally managed to fill all of the vacant positions at senior manager and at manager level. And at the SMT level, we have 50% women representation at that level specifically within the institution. We are continuing to look at issues of recruitment, but recruitment that is, let's call it, fit for purpose, because once a position becomes vacant, there's an assessment of, do we really still need that position, wherever it is within the institution. If that assessment then reveals, yes, we still need that position, we then look towards filling that position specifically. It's not just a position becomes vacant and then we move from there. Chairperson, I'm then going to ask, there was also a question on page 13 in terms of the 2 new cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the amount of 2,160. I'm also going to ask the CFO to give an indication, not mention names, but what type of fruitless or activities had resulted in the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, but also what is the consequence management that had been implemented related to those 2 cases specifically. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Before you come in, member.
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you very much. Just before the CFO answers, I think it's important for me to just raise the following points. My note I've made was also to congratulate the department, the officials, and I think as members we have to do that. And on the positive audit findings, we sit with the Auditor General this morning. No material findings, despite also the underspending of about 21 million rand. Maybe the CFO can just give us a indication with regard to how they are going to deal with that particular issue, but we understand COVID and other underlying issues that might have prevented you from fulfilling your full mandate, and that it might be the case, but you can enlighten us. I don't think underspending and that sort of thing amounts to saving monies and that sort of thing in relation to what I've said earlier, but we also need to understand, I understand it, and maybe the CFO have a different kind of an idea that irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure does not always amounts to fruitless and actually to fraudulent expenditure. I think that is a crucial point I want to make. But looking at page 13 and the report by the accounting officer, maybe the CFO can just refer to that as well. I'm not going to go through the whole page, but in the middle, a further impact towards Q4 of the fiscal year. The issue with regard to the preferential procurement policy framework, the court case, and provided by National Treasury indicating that procurement above the threshold should not be kept in abeyance. But the most important issue is the last sentence, correspondence in this regard was prepared for approval of National Treasury, but no other information pertaining to that. The National Treasury involvement, how far is that process, etc., etc. I think just the indication. And then the very next paragraph, What is it you're talking about? If you're looking at to this end, WCPP will amend its supply chain management manual. Okay, you get back to the 2017 one. That is the indication. That is what I pick up, indicating the adoption of the 2017 PPFA regulations. The remedy, what is that? How are you going to remedy that? I think that is my input for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe if I can lash to that so the CFO can respond to that. I think because I was lucky to be in the POC committee the last term, we received we were told that the PwC report that talked to the new organizational structure that had to be implemented. It was something that was going to happen. And the last term, we had about 15 plus million of underspending. And then this term is 21. And reasons then and now is still the positions that have to be filled. And now as the secretary and the speaker were talking, they talked about the limited funding that they receive from Treasury. Now I want to find out, as the POC, I indicated that our responsibility also is to make recommendations. If we have to engage with the Treasury to say that you are shortchanging the legislature with the funding, they need to get more funds. What is that going to be based on if we increase the underspending year after year? So if I can get it from the CFO that, how do we go about, because we cannot increase the underspending as a legislature and say that we are not getting enough funds. I see I triggered the secretary and I was going to say the CFO. What did I say?
Chairperson, if the CFO may just allow me just to make two comments quickly. Maybe firstly on the question from Honourable Plato, and then on the chairperson's question. On Honourable Plato and honourable members and chairperson, the report is dated. When I say it's dated, it is as at a specific time, the 31st of March 2022. So things have happened in between from the 1st of April until to date, which changes the circumstances a bit. So let's just look at the matter that Honourable Plato had raised. The judicial system had issued a judgment related to this matter post the 31st of March 2022, to such an extent that there is now a period granted for whatever needs to be changed that needs to be changed in terms of that. As the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, firstly, the impact of the initial judgment was not severely significant for the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, given our volumes in terms of tenders that we put out there. It's not that there's tenders every day, every week, etc., and also given the amount specifically. We have been able to, in our processes and given the new judgment, to deal with our procurement, the procurement that we do in terms of the size within the prescripts and the accounting officers' provisions for supply chain management as empowered by the FAMPLA specifically, so that, like I said, there wasn't a significant impact in terms of this specific judgment on the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act specifically. But the CFO will just add a bit of input. Chairperson, and like I had indicated previously, some of the responses will also come later in terms of the tables. But with regards to the underspend, and like Honourable Plato had said, it doesn't translate into a saving necessarily. When the CFO and Mr. Jawuddin gives an indication of which are the areas of underspend, you would see that it does not necessarily mean that money is available for other functions, because there's a commitment that had happened in the reporting period that still needs to be realized in terms of there's still something outstanding in terms of performance from the service provider, and then we can pay the service provider. So it is funds that is available that is classified as an underspend again because of the date of the 31st of March 2022, but there's still a commitment going forward in terms of that funds being used for whatever expenditure needs to be incurred. Chairperson, and Mr. Titles will, when we get to Part D in terms of the HR report, give an update in terms of the status of the filling of vacancies. As we sit here, or let's say as at the 30th of September 2022, members would have seen and colleagues would have seen that there's new faces that had joined the organization from the 1st of April until even the 1st of October. There was a gentleman that had started. So the vacancy rate is dropping substantially, which means that if compensation of our employees was one of the variables that added to the underspend in terms of the current year, the previous year, and the year before that, that situation is slowly but surely resolving itself. But there are obviously factors outside of our control, especially with regards to employment, where an employee then finds another opportunity somewhere else, then vacates the post, that then becomes a new vacancy. When the institution promotes an employee, and when I say promote, it's not promote, there's an actual recruitment process, and the internal candidate was successful in terms of that recruitment process and then goes to the next higher level position. EOC then vacates the lower level position, which means that we then start generating savings until we fill that position again going forward. So if I can hand over to the CFO and Mr. Jawuddin, maybe just to respond to those questions. Thank you, Chairperson. And then Mr. Titus also.
Thank you very much. And also be mindful, we are only on page 13 and we do have up to 170 something. I'm just mentioning it. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you, Chair. I'll answer the couple of questions regarding the finances. I'll be very brief. If I can maybe answer Honourable Sayed regarding the two cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Just with regard to that specifically, that is two individual cases specifically related to the same topic. So what it basically is was interpreting service that was booked for WCPP. However, often meetings were cancelled and WCPP failed to cancel that service. So that was seen as fruitless and wasteful expenditure because we were billed for that service. However, an investigation and consequence management process did follow, and that individual is paying back that particular that fund. So like I said, that's 2,160 that we are recouping from the individual who actually is you can call it incurred the negligence basically. So that's a two case for regarding the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Then on Honourable Bosman's question regarding the sale of capital assets, so there's 16,000 rand, is correctly 16,000 rand that we did collect for the sale of assets. What happens to that is that is included in our revenue retention that we do have, and as per section 25 of 23 of AMPLA, we're not obliged to pay that back to Provincial Treasury, so that we do retain that funds. That funds is then included in our submission of rollovers for the next financial year, where we do then include that in our budget, and that fund is then earmarked specifically for spending projects in WCPP's budget. So that funds is retained by WCPP. Then with regards to the question on the underspending on program 3 regarding the public engagement and member support, the main reason for that is there's vacant posts there as well as committed funds for project. It was initiated in the financial year, but starting in this kind of financial year, if I can use example, the digital platform in public engagement, and then with regards to member support, the reason for that underspending is the fact that there is a less than anticipated amount of enabling allowances claims within member support, and that's obviously we budget for the full amount. However, we only pay as claims are received. And with regards to the fact that our constituency allowance, the amount we budgeted for was more than what the actual national parliament amount was. So we obviously adjust our what we pay to the political parties in the constituency allowance to be in line with national parliament. So the amount we budgeted for was I think 4%, where national parliament had a very minimal increase, almost exactly the same as the previous year. So that's, even though it is underspending, we actually adjusted our amount we paid out for the constituency allowance to be as per national parliament. Then if I can touch on the question from Member Plato regarding the underspending. Of the 12 million underspending, the majority of that specifically I can touch on is the filling of vacant posts, which obviously we have filled and was touched on specifically where there are posts we fill during the year, but it's an internal post where which basically incurs underspending on another vacant post. But 3 million of that was for vacant post. Then we had about 4 million for committed funds. So those are funds, those are projects that was specifically started in the financial year. We had orders created, but it wasn't invoiced or finished within the financial year. And that committed funds is basically paid in this current financial year, and that was rolled over. So that specifically is quite a big chunk of that underspending of 4 million of that. And in that specific, if I could just touch on 2 or 3 of the main ones within that committed funds is projects like there was, I think, a 1.7 million to be set aside for the purchase of new laptops, which was done in this financial year, but the procurement already started in the previous financial year. Corporate video, which was started in the previous financial year and finished in this financial year, or in the process financial year, and the initiation of the cybersecurity project as well. So those are all committed funds that was initiated in the previous financial year. The funds were committed because orders were created, but that project continued in this financial year, but that funds has been rolled over into the financial year. And then with the others, there has been specific identified projects with regards to where that underspending will be utilized. I think they covered the expenditure side.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add in terms of supply chain management and the triple PFA regulations, in terms of that, what it means for the WCPP is that we'll be writing our own policy in terms of preferential procurement. The time frame for that in terms of what has happened nationally is that by January 2023, we'd need to have that in place for implementation within the WCPP, and we are on track to be able to do that.
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond further to the question from Honourable Bosman around the fire compliance and the creating a stable environment. I think members are aware that this is an aging building, that the WCPP is, along with others in the building, a tenant. And so we are dependent on the relationship that we have and the service delivery that we are expecting from a range of stakeholders. And one such stakeholder is the Department of Transport and Public Works. So we have a service level agreement with DTPW. We have further unpacked the service level agreement in a workshop to look at specific issues, the issues that I think the Speaker and I think the Secretary and some of the members had raised a little earlier. Issues of building maintenance, issues of the modernization of the actual building itself. This is an aging building. So we are looking at service level agreement and then the particular support expectations. Currently, we log support tickets. So if the Honourable Sayed is asking for a particular service to be rendered on the 4th floor, we log a ticket with DTPW and then we wait. And so it is to tighten up those kinds of processes, so we are able to manage expectations on the part of the membership and the WCPP as well. So we are in an advanced stage now of that. We have completed all of this, the details of the services that we require from DTPW. The final, they've indicated to us that the final document they will have with us by the 14th of this month, so that we can sign off on the specifics of the services that they need to render. We have similar kinds of agreements with the Department of Community Safety, as well as the South African Police Services, as well as convening various forums and platforms for safety and security within the building itself and the precinct itself, to ensure that there is consistency around safety of members, staff, and all visitors to the precinct. So that is where we are now, Chair. I think we are also concerned with implementation of the you would know that the National Key Point Act is now the SIPA Act, and the compliance with regard to the Act and the implementation of those requirement measures. And yeah, so it is a road under construction, and it is ongoing relationship and conversations with our key stakeholders. We do, Transport and Public Works has appointed a manager, a building and maintenance manager to this particular building. And from our logistics services now, we have ongoing weekly meetings with this manager, Carl Fail, who is able then to expedite matters on our behalf. So we're hoping that the
the minute that our service level agreement detail is signed off, that we are able to hold the stakeholder better to account. That's all from my side, Chief.
Thank you very much. Maybe the follow-up on the underspending, if maybe you can get, if you can answer it now, is still fine. The committed amount or the percentage, it will be how much, and then the in rent value, it will be how much, just to find out, because it's not like it's a something that we can be proud of underspending, even though it's committed. We will have to check that underspending that is not committed is how much from that amount. Then it will make us, as we take resolutions, to have an understanding of how are we doing as a legislature. Member Said?
Okay, thank you very much. Just two follow-ups. Both, I think the one is around the issue of the facility. And firstly, let me also comment, I think at the level of the engagement with docs and with SAPs, I must say, one feels as a member and engaging from other members, there is a great sense of safety, I think, and security. And I must say, the kind of work that SAPS is doing, as well as the legislature officials, in terms of ensuring that members are safe, there's been lots of improvement in that regard. And I think that we really need to commend the institution for that. Just in terms of, though, the point raised about the partnerships with institutions, particularly public works, I hear the point that, look, you take, I mean, there's a length of time that one is waiting on public works to make certain improvements when requests come or when the ticket comes. And I hear this whole idea around an engagement and a protocol. I think it's important. We must have systems in place. However, in the interim, while systems are being put in place, frustration does creep in. The speaker spoke about it as well, you know. So I think there is a need then for the institution to ensure that in the interim, these things must just be, there must be a much faster way of dealing with this stuff. Secondly, possibly the CFO can respond, but the speaker alluded when I raised the issue around the fruitless and wasteful expenditure around the two new cases. The speaker made reference to the Vasson report. Now, perhaps the CFO could possibly just respond, because we received that, I mean, I think it was in June, there was a report that came to us, it was then withdrawn, and I don't know, a lot of things there, but just to get a sense as to the amounts that are spoken about in that particular report, given that the speaker did speak to it, and also when will that amount be recovered and how will it be recovered? What is the process that we are looking at? Yeah, thanks.
Member Bosman?
Thank you, Chairperson. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Titus. I was going to use another phrase, but I realized I shouldn't, that we are addressing the relationship with the Department of Public Works, because as I was listening to the speaker, the secretary, and Mr. Titus, I was transported to a meeting that we had last Friday with the National Commissioner of Police to talk about the state of police stations. And it seems it's a national crisis in terms of how government manages buildings, because there's so much bureaucracy attached to legacy systems. It's very difficult for people to be innovative within that space. So I'm grateful that Mr. Titus has developed those relationships, and we certainly look forward to that case study that's going to appear before POC, so that we can share that with Minister Patricia de Lille nationally as well, to make sure that she knows how buildings are managed. Chair, what I'm still concerned about is, although we are trying to comply with the new sort of regulations around the national key point, and I want to agree with Mr. Syed, I appreciate the SAPS people are actually making us feel visibly safe. I was here last week and I couldn't get into the building because the dogs were busy sweeping because there was a bomb scare. And although it was frustrating, and Chair, I think I was meeting with you, I was comforted by the fact that we do have dogs checking as well. So I'm grateful for that. But what still worries me is in the mornings when we come to work, and I drive very fast sometimes, when I come up that ramp, I'm very scared that I'm going to knock somebody over because members and staff have to use a ramp to walk up, sometimes in the dark and sometimes when it's raining and wet. And I wanted to ask whether there's a solution to making sure that there's a safer way for members and staff to enter this building besides going up the ramp. And, you know, we park right at the bottom, so we have to do that walk up. And I also wanted to ask whether we are looking at signing a similar agreement with the Department of Health to make sure that we have a full-time or part-time medical or first aid response person here like we do on sitting days. And also that the Department of Health can perhaps on loan send us one of their defibrillators as well so that we have that in the building for emergencies. And then I'm grateful that there is a precinct manager, but the other question is there no project management tool besides the ticketing system? So once a ticket is logged, how is that ticket monitored? Is there a mapping tool where Mr. Titus is able to see where in the process, very similar to where we have what we have for our IT systems, where that ticketing tool is, so that it can then be escalated automatically, so that it doesn't have to take more of your time to actually contact somebody to ask them. And then on I'm still very interested, Chair, on this. The second question around the committee budgets. I'm looking forward to finding out what that scientific tool is that the CFO uses to determine the budgets, because the Speaker said there was no cut. But I think when we talk about the committee budgets, we have to talk about it within the context of what chairpersons are told to do in the chairpersons forum, what chairpersons are encouraged. So we're encouraged to spend less, we're encouraged to save money, and at the end of the year, there's money left over because we were not given the permission to execute the work of the committee and to roll out the program as determined by the committee, because we have to remember that the committee determines the program, not the chairperson. So when the chairperson has to put a business case together, that also has to be agreed to by the committee as well. So I think we need to just tighten up that collaboration as well. And I'm grateful that Mrs. Temele has set up conversations this year with chairpersons for that to happen. And I'm hoping that we won't be in the same situation next year. And then I just have a question on the follow-up on Member Syed's question around the irregular expenditure on page 12. Mr. Javidin said that the 2 cases related to interpreting services that came to the value of 2,160. Did I understand that correctly? So what is the 693,791 rands? What is that for then? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe on the issue of the building also, if I can ask Mr. Titus, is there a system also of the triage of the issues that needs to be attended by the Department of Public Works, that which are the things that have to be prioritized, which are, do they have that system, or is just as it comes, they look at the date and that's what moves on? And again, from the members, I think another thing is to engage with the Department of Public Works and Transport. We pay them the bill for the building. We might as well engage with them to go into details. It will be one of the resolutions also that we'll have to put in. Member Said, is there something else?
Chair, just a quick one, and I think that popped up when Member Bosman raised this question. I've just taken it now in terms of the entrance into the legislature. I recall that before COVID-19, there was an entrance, so members and everybody parking in the section where members park, you were able to enter through a back entrance, and you would walk through, I think there's like a press conference room that you would walk through. Instead of getting out, going through that thing and then going to the visitors entrance. Is there any particular reason as to why that has not been reopened yet, or is there an intention to reopen that section, at least for those who are parked there, to go through that area? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just as a response to some of the requested questions, I'm going to ask that the CFO only deals with the issue of the amount as it relates to the Vasan report that Honorable Said had spoken to, and I'll deal with any other issues if there are any other issues. The last question from Honorable Said regarding the entrance. So the entrance that was previously used is not an entrance. It is an exit for when there's evacuations and those type of things. So the area there has not been set up as an entrance. If we look at all of the entrances to the buildings, if we look here at 7, there's machinery there that looks at when people come into the building. There's officials there. If we look at is it Queen Victoria Street, a similar arrangement has now been put in place there. So in our engagement, because there were previously queries as to the same matter, in our engagement with the Department of Transport and Public Works, and obviously the other departments also within the provincial government, our Sergeant at Arms who deals with precinct safety and security had then engaged them with regards to that request, and that was the response. It is not an entrance into the building. It is actually an exit, emergency exit area, so that there's quick exit out of the building should there be an incident that needs to be attended to. In terms of the other questions, I think it would be the CFO and then Mr. Titus also just briefly on the ticketing system, the escalation, but maybe just our recent engagements, obviously through Mr. Titus's office with the Department of Transport and Public Works, aims to get to what is your service standard. So what can we rely on when there is a matter that is reported? Okay, and that service standard will deal with quality and time frames, obviously, so that we are aware when there's a matter of a leaking toilet, for example, and it is reported, the service standard is 3 days. Within the 3 days, I'm just using the numbers off the top of my head, that's the service standard, and that is what Transport and Public Works gets to commit to. I think the document that we're trying to put in place also in terms of the service standards with Transport and Public Works is an accountability document, so that we hold Transport and Public Works accountable for the service that they need to deliver to us and the standards that is then encompassed in those standards. So I'll hand over to the CFO and then Mr. Titus.
If I may go first, just on the 2 specific questions on your particular question, Chair, regarding the breakdown of the specific rollover, which amount of the 12 million has been committed. So the exact amount of that is 3,888,000 of the 12 million is committed funds. So that's in itself is about almost 33% of that. And then the vacant post is about 3 million of that. So that in total already makes up about 7 million of the 12 million underspending, which leaves us about 5 million specifically of other underspending. But like I mentioned previously, including that 5 million would be that the underspending on enabling allowances as well as that constituency allowances amount as well. But to answer, remember the chairperson's question specifically, the committed fund is 4 million of the 12 million. Vacant post is about 3 million, so that in itself is 7 million of the 12 million, which was about 60% of that particular of the 12 million underspending. We had a chairperson's question initially.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're talking 12 and then I saw 21.
21.
Maybe I think 21 is on your statement of budget versus actual. That 21, which is in our audit report, I think they're speaking to
On
that
the
21.
audit report, it says 21.
Remember, it's a different accounting
It's
standard.
it's a different accounting.
It's accounting
Okay.
standard, so scrap versus modified cash.
Okay, we'll get there.
And including that, Chair, as well, is the underspending on the direct charge, which is the members' remuneration, which is separate to our specific budget, and that gets paid over to the provincial revenue fund. We don't retain that, and that's not part of the rollover. So that the difference particularly includes the direct charge underspending as well.
Percentages, how much percentage?
So the percentage of 12 million that is committed funds, that's about
Non-committed is it?
non-committed is about 5 million, so it's about 40%. So it's about 5 million of the 12 million, which is the not committed and not vacancies, which comes about 40%. And then if I can answer the second question of Honourable Bosman regarding the 693,000. So the 693,000, it's irregular expenditure, which other two cases was fruitless and wasteful. So the detail of the 693,000, it's 3 cases of irregular expenditure. There is like a very short description on page 176 in the financial statements as well. But so just to touch on very briefly, the breakdown of the 693,000 is a case of just under 2,000 for for Minolta, which is service provider for the photocopies that we use, where the contract had expired for a particular contract and we had to renew the contract, but we were still utilizing that particular photocopy machines, which led to the irregular expenditure. And then there's of that amount is a 554,000, which relates to a declaration of interest that was submitted after the award was made to the service provider. And then 137,500 of that total was for triple B EE level of subcontracted service, which was not considered particularly with regards to the awarding of that particular tender. So that's the 3 cases that makes up the 693,000 on page 13. Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just to make a note that all three of those cases of irregular expenditure has been condoned.
Chair, if I can just add, just in terms of the Vasson report, the amount attached to that is 158,289 rand.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tete.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with the last question first, the issue around the building and possible list of priorities. We do have a priority list. These include a maintenance list, high priority maintenance list with the Department of Transport and Public Works, as well as an infrastructure and enhancement list. Now, over and above that, DTPW is in the process of running out or rolling out modernization projects. So we are also on that list a little later. I think Mr. Doman will be able to speak to some of those issues in a lot more detail around those kinds of projects that are happening broadly within the province. But there is definitely a list of priorities. And I think the Secretary covered all of the other aspects pertaining to safety and security and building and maintenance. With regard to the mapping tool for tracking services that need to be rendered, we have already included such a mapping tool for in-house building within our operational plan. So within the logistical units, between our unit logistics and IT, using the similar system that ITDS uses on Sharewell, we will be building that particular tool. That is a process that is currently underway, looking at mapping the tool so that we are able to monitor progress. But with the strengthening of the service level agreement and the standards, we will be able to communicate a lot better, I think, with internal clients as well. So that is underway. Just a comment on the Department of Health as a medical response. That is, I think, a good suggestion that we could open up to and start conversation around that. I think that's it from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, the question wasn't answered on what alternative arrangement is being made to ensure that people can safely get from their cars. So the door is closed, that's permanently now closed because it doesn't comply with the national key point regulations. But what are the alternative options? Are there any?
No.
Chairperson, thank you for answering the question on my behalf. We are, I think we acknowledge that we are always open to suggestions. Okay, Mr. Doman is sitting here. We will seek to raise the matter, Chairperson, through you with the Department of Transport and Public Works, so that we can see whether there are any options available to deal with that specific matter, and then we'll then maybe keep the POC abreast of any progress on that specific matter. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think maybe when we get the response also, I think something that has been going on that we are trying to find out is the precincts of the legislature. When we say the precincts of this legislature, it's from where to where. It's something that we will have to find out now, because in the past that was included. Now that means it's not included. So if we can know that if I'm in the WCPP legislature, it's when I'm walking where, it will help us to have that understanding. Yeah. Yeah, over to you.
If I may, Chair, I've made this and I've made this request to the POC, the last POC meeting. I'm going to make it here again. Will you please keep this as a standing item? The question of the building, because it includes all the matters that you raised. Whether it's access from the garage, from the parking, whether it's the precinct, identity and all of that. I think it must remain for the POC's attention as a standing item, but also for us in the next POC engagement, or there could be a special one that you could set up as a committee where you invite us and the DPW so that we're able to come here with the Department of it's now the infrastructure, then you invite us. It's important that we do that, because this thing of one says, he said, I said, and you said, and you don't want that. So my suggestion is that to get to the bottom of this, call us all here, and then we deal with that.
Thank you very much. Secretary, you are done. Okay. Since you've been going to and fro and some of the questions have covered the other parts, I'm going to present to you part A and part B. That means from page 14 to page 78. Over to you, honorable members. Member Bosman, I recognize you, sir.
If I could maybe start on page 14, and you caught me off guard there now, Chair, because I was still typing notes. If I could just start maybe then on page 14, whilst the other members also find their bearings. 4.2.4, gift and donations received in kind from non-related parties. I just want to understand that 520,100 Rand, non-related parties, is that gifts that's not from other parliaments or within the business of the legislature? What does it mean with non-related parties? And then also, Chair, on page 14, invoices that with an accumulated value of 108,326 Rand was settled in more than 30 days. What were those invoices for? What types of services were they for? And sort of what systems are put in place to ensure internally that that doesn't happen again? Because I think, if I remember from my first POC meeting, I think I was just a guest as an alternate. Parliament said that they strive to place suppliers within the required 30 days because we support an ecosystem. I'll stop there for now and give over to the other members, Chair.
Member Said.
Chair, thank you. You could see I was itching. No, Chair, I want to thank Member Bosman. He has covered me with a lot, but let me firstly on page 31, in terms of legal services, there's in terms of legal services, I just wanted to know if we can get some details of the CCMA award that is being referred to, and also why is the entire legal services unit assisting in this particular matter, and who signed off on the legal assistance given by that particular unit. Then page 37, can I go on to 37 as well?
Go on, member. You have questions to 78.
To 78. No, then that's fine. Library services. Now, there my concern is with regards to the local daily and weekend newspapers. So we've engaged with a librarian, and I think this problem has been coming even before this particular term, when I worked here as a researcher as well, the 2009 period already, it's still the same problem, that the librarian informs us that the media coverage that we receive daily with the newspaper articles, which basically come to our emails, is coming from the Office of the Premier. So the Office of the Premier is in the executive, right? But is it not possible then for us to get another service provider, like an independent service provider, which the legislature gets, instead of the news highlights coming from an office which is in the executive. I was wondering whether that's possible. Maybe we could get a response on that. Then page 38, table. Yeah, there's the table on the sub-program office of the secretary. There, with regards to the decline of 3%, just wanted to note as the ANC, firstly, okay, let me not say the party, our dissatisfaction among members of the WCPP, especially with regards to the public engagement and participation. The lack of support for public hearings, I think that's been, and that's something that we really need to work on. The lack of support for the public hearings and the other committee activities. It seems as if members, we are speaking to officials, we are speaking to ourselves, and we've raised these issues last year in the committee, and they're not necessarily being attended to. The Speaker has indicated in his introduction and constantly in the public domain that he wants provincial parliament where public participation is the norm, not where it's an exception to the norm. But it seems like there's that political, or let me say that commitment is not necessarily receiving the proper administrative support. So I wanted to know, Chair, what is being done differently this year going forward to improve public participation, to ensure that we've got greater attendance of stakeholders actually in our committee meetings. And maybe it's time, as a suggestion, for the legislature to possibly allocate more funds to committees, but so that committees can actually get people to the venues. Because one of the big problems, I'm experiencing it now with the annual reports. You invite members in your constituency, stakeholders to attend the annual reports. The response is, can I please get some money for transport? Now, that we should probably be looking at a way to see how can the legislature ensure that people come. Page 40, Chair, with regards to the sub-program on financial management, the actual achievement not being achieved, the explanation for why these mechanisms were not established isn't very, very clear from what I pick up here. Can we possibly, can we get some clarity in that regard? Then on page 51, this is my last one before getting to the hundreds. On page 51, in terms of the Hansard services, now it is stated that there was a sustained level of satisfaction with the quality of the Hansard services, and this was sustained at 100% in both years. Now, we've made consistent requests for the Hansard to be digitized, particularly as we're going into the new era. Now, at the moment, when you want to search for a topic, or what a member has said in the year 2000, for example, you've got to do a manual search. So I just wanted to get a sense as to, has there been any movement on the digitization of the Hansard? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Plato.
Just briefly from my side, on page 31, on my way to the office this morning, this topic was appearing on radio stations, and I just need to get a sense of looking at in the middle litigation, application filed in the Constitutional Court concerning the adequacy of public involvement in respect of the traditional First Nation people, traditional people, and Khoisan leadership, the advice. You're talking about your legal unit, I suppose, provide advisory support. Reason why I'm asking the question was already asked in public fora, the role the Western Cape government are playing, in particular pertaining to the issues of traditional leadership. And so what is that specific role? Because that will enlighten us as well when we appear in public fora to give input and that sort of thing, and with regard to traditional issues. Page 31, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Chair. I want to also just latch on to what Member Syed spoke about with regards to the support provided to committees. And I maybe want to just ask, because I've got the benefit of having been here before, what is the progress on ensuring that there's closer collaboration between PEO and committee services to ensure that when we go out for public participations, for example, we are currently out for public hearings on the Children's Amendment Bill. What support does PEO provide vis-a-vis what committees provide? Because my experience has been that committees do everything. Mr. Sassman and his team has to do everything from organizing the logistics to managing the logistics on the day to managing the content, and also then collating that content, making sure that that content is processed by the committee, then making sure that any other follow-up advertisements are placed, and then that content still gets to the National Council of Provinces. And we were grateful. We had Mr. Stemele on the last cluster visit, and I hope Mr. Stemele could see the amount of work that's involved in a cluster visit. And one of the things that came out there was that we actually cannot fully engage with members of the community outside of the formal processes, because the procedural officer is there to take the notes. So if you are having a conversation during coffee or people have extra questions, there's nobody sort of to facilitate that process as well. So I'm asking whether we're making progress, and also if we can get an update on the stakeholder management system that was developed and how that is working in alleviating some of these problems. And then I wanted to ask around page 41, the term administrative oversight is there. And I just wanted to understand, what does that mean in terms of the FMPPLA? I'm not quite familiar with that piece of legislation as much as I should be, Chair, or as much as you are, I think I should say. And then also on page 43, what are the 8 planned APP program performance indicators that were not completed? And then page 50, it refers to technical challenges that were experienced during the uploading of house papers to the website and the app. And again, following on from what Member Syed said, what has been done to address those technical issues, and do we expect it to be free-flowing? And then page 51, the factors that contribute to the lag and the delay in sometimes getting the reports that we process and that the House adopts to getting it onto the website. At the moment, we're only putting the first page of the ATC on the website. So if an ATC refers to an attachment or an annexure, that's not on the website. And very often I've got people contacting me asking, can you email this information to me? And in the last 3 days, I couldn't do that as well. And I think we spoke about this when Member Wenger was still POC chair as well, in sort of what is available on the website and how the website works. And I think maybe, Chair, one of the recommendations that we should look at is an actual demonstration of that as well for members, because I struggle to find things on that website, just like Member Syed. And then also around, again on page 54, performance indicator 3, around the digest of rulings. Again, we're referring to administrative oversight. I find the language very vague, so maybe just some more detail onto what that is. And then also, and following up from my previous question around the stakeholder engagement, just to give a bit more detail, because I see Ms. Forsher is looking at me quite eagerly, sort of what contributed to the delay in the SMS integration around the procurement process for the digital platform. And then on page 69, Chair, I'm very proud to say that this legislature runs a slick social media operation, and we've seen how we've increased our engagement, whether it's through YouTube, whether it's through Twitter, and whether it's through Facebook. We actually have people talking to us and people comment on things, and they call you to say, you were in a photo there in that building in Pito, but you didn't look at that. Can I talk to you about the police station? And I'm very grateful for that, and congratulations to the team that puts that together. And I'd like to know what was done differently, and what are we doing that other legislatures are not doing? How are we getting increased traffic? Is it linked to the innovations around Tetanati, or are we also just engaging more widely? I know the last time we asked about paid advertising on social media, and committees were told we can't do that because it has to be published in the Cape Times and in these newspapers, etc. So I'm very interested to hear what that has been, and maybe propose that what we see on social media also needs to be linked to the website, because the website can't be a static repository of information with just sort of text. I think our website is quite static, and it doesn't reflect, I think, the spirit and the identity of what the WCPP is going for, based on the sort of my experience being here. And I see the chair's looking at me, so let me stop there, because the look I just got, I'm sure she will give me another opportunity. I was going to go on. I wasn't going to wait for the hundreds.
No, member, I'm not stopping you. So if you still have questions, that is up to the page 78. Right on.
Let me stop there, Chairs.
Okay.
I do have questions, but I'll wait I might have follow-ups. I don't want to exhaust the officials. It's quite hot in this room. So I don't want us to faint if the secretary has to answer too much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe just one question to lash to the issue of the public education outreach. The last time, I'm saying this again, the last time we talked about it, we talked about the public participation, which is one thing that we are not championing. So I thought that this term it will be innovation to make sure that we champion that. Our core business is also for the public participation for the legislations. And we, from what I've seen in the program, allocation of the funds have gone there. But still, when coming to the legislations, we don't see public participation happening. Tetanach, I think, is an escape for the PO to say there is a participation that is happening, but it's core business. Again, it goes back to the issue of the legislations where our communities, they don't understand what is it that we are doing, why they should be coming to contribute to the legislations that impact on them. Now, I just want to find out, and usually we get the generic response to that. So I would love to hear that the PO, because we've been talking about this. Most of the things that we are talking about today is things that are coming from the last term. And then I think most of officials, they were here. The building, the public participation, the public outreach, the challenges of the funding, like your anti-SARAs that have to come maybe and contribute. It's one and the same problems that as the members, we see them and we get to communicate in the constituencies with our communities talking to us about that. And we come to you in the annual report to talk about them. What is it that is different that we are doing? What is it that we have to do that is different for us to make sure that the public participation we champion? And I'm throwing it in here to get the response because you have shown that with the social media, you can do a difference, you can make it work. So I would love to hear the response that maybe will make sense that for public participation for the legislations, we get that public participation that needs to happen within our constituencies. Over to you, Secretary.
No, I'll go first. Chair, I've said this before many times. That's why I wanted to go first so that the secretary does not dilute what I'm about to say. You see, when I took a decision to come up with this program and the name Tetanati, it was a deliberate approach, but the work was done by that unit, Ms. Fouchier and the collective. So the question for me is, what can they do differently on the other work that the committee section needs to do? Because remember, there's a directorate and there's another directorate. Parliamentary Support Services is a directorate on its own, and the public engagement, public education, and outreach is a different, unit. But my understanding, there's never been a difference in public hearings since the establishment of this parliament. I once remember myself where I was still a chair of a committee and the deputy speaker was still a chair of a committee. One time I flew to George. We're a full contingent. I was leading the pack on local government, and we get there, 2 members arrive for a public hearing. Hundreds of thousands spent. Now that cannot be in the best interest of the people we lead. In fact, it is the opposite. But the question is, how did Tetanati do it differently? So we need to say to PEO and Mr. Stemela, which is Ms. Fouchier and Mr. Stemela, how do you work together and remove the silo approach in between? And I have raised it with them. They're sitting here. Stop this thing. This is my department. This is my directorate. Let's see, how does Parliament as an institution work towards achieving its objectives that are desirable in the work that we do? 3 main functions: oversight, lawmaking, and public participation. So they have agreed now that that is going to be the approach going forward. But then we need committees to tell Ms. Fouchier's department that in 2 weeks' time or next month we've got these programs, so that Tetanati as a model. That's why I said to the secretary, in fact, he will say it himself, let us use this as an instrument to harness the existing tools to better public participation. I mean, we have a Tetanati, there's 100 people. You have a committee public hearing, there's 5 people. How is that? So there is a working menu that we just need to import to the other section so that it works. There's no need for you to go and have a public education on a bill this week, but the public engagement takes place next week on the same matter. That means you need to create a synergy. That is my commitment, which I've made before, but it just needs to be actualized by the 2 respective units. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary.
Chairperson, thank you. And thank you again to the honorable members. Maybe just a few general remarks with a bit of specifics, and then the other directors being Ms. Fouchier, Mr. Stimele, and I think there's something for Mr. Titus also to attend to. And then I think at page 40, there was a question on a target not being achieved. So there was a question raised on page 31 regarding legal services and the CCMA matter. Before Advocate Leroux, if he desires to add, just the following. So the way matters are processed in the WCPP is as follows. A matter gets initially submitted to the secretary as the administrative head of the institution. If it's an HR matter, HR is then also CC'd in on the matter. There's then an assessment of what are the specifics related to the matter. Is it a matter that we can process administratively, or are there other processes that needs to be attended to? Well, with regards to the CCMA matter specifically, Honorable Said, the matter was dealt with at a up to the CCMA level internally by the WCPP. When the matter had, however, then gone into the judicial system in terms of the labor court, it then required us to get those who have standing in that specific court to attend to it. What we then do is, as a matter of course, we don't just go out there and say, who are the companies that can provide legal services? We first, as a first point of call, we go to the state attorney's office okay, who then has a look at the matter and then advises us in terms of you need counsel, junior counsel, you need senior counsel, and that is how those matters are attended to, including any other legal matter within the WCPP. And Advocate Leroux would add to the details then in terms of that. Maybe just generally a general comment in terms of public participation. I think the world looks very different in 2022 than what it looked like in 2019, 2020. Our ad hoc committee on COVID-19 had done great work in terms of the work of the committee and also to get stakeholders involved in the virtual sphere. As the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, we've now embarked on an exercise where anybody who wants to participate in the work of the WCPP, whether it's a public hearing, whether it's a sitting of the House, or where there's an engagement with stakeholders, can then go through our website to the link towards that specific activity, and then it's called the reverse billing, where the individual is then not charged for the data that individual uses to participate. So let's say there's a public hearing that's in a hybrid format, and a stakeholder from Vredendal, what is that, about 400 plus maybe kilometers from here, wishes to participate and the hearing is in our chamber. That stakeholder doesn't have to drive from Vredendal to Cape Town to participate, but can participate in the virtually, because it's a hybrid session. And if it's a normal member of the public who wants to make an input, when that member then goes through our website and clicks on that link, it is at no data cost to that member of the public to participate in that specific public hearing and then give their input specifically. Like I indicated, Ms. Fouchier and Mr. Stimele will deal with the issue of the collaboration between committees and then PEO in terms of that area. I would just want Ms. Fouchier also just to add to her comments in terms of the social media advertising, how we're doing that going forward. Chairperson, I'm then going to start off with asking maybe just if the CFO can attend to the question firstly on page 40. There was also a question, I think it was on page 41. And I think it was from Honorable Bosman, related to the issue of the non-achievement of the target there. I'm going to ask Mr. Matluchana maybe just attend to that question, and then the colleagues who would have identified the question for themselves would then also respond to the questions as it has been raised. For example, the lag in the delay in the updating of the website, the digest of rulings, etc., etc. But we'll start with the CFO in terms of the target there. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of that target, what our mechanism currently is we follow up monthly on management action plans that we've agreed to in terms of both the Auditor General findings, internal audit findings, and if there were any internal control inspections. The mechanism works quite well. It's discussed with managers. They give us their progress on it, and then we also report it to the senior management team. We also report on that quarterly to the audit committee as well. Some of it may be a bit beyond our control. So specifically in this case, for instance, in terms of some of the Auditor General findings, which were linked to the ERP system and the current module on HR and payroll that we're using, which we are intending to change. We haven't changed between last financial year and this financial year, and a lot of those issues will be sorted and addressed when we actually move over to Sage 300. So it's in terms of instances like that where while we do have the action plan in place, just the timing of it took us a bit longer than was initially intended.
Before your response, I just want to find out. I looked at the book. I didn't see when we were doing Tetanati, there were issues that were raised by the communities. There'll be specific issues. I didn't see where you recorded that, and then how are you going to respond to that? So if you can also include that in your response.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, that's a mouthful. Let me start with the public engagement support for committees. There are a number of things that as public engagement we are doing. I think the secretary or the speaker raised a very good point in the sense that it's two directorates and we each have our own budgets for our own operational plans and our own core mandates. So what we do in support to committees is very much to enable the committees to engage with the public better. One of the things that we have done, and I think Honourable Bosman spoke about it, is the stakeholder database. We started with that already in 2019, where we got all the stakeholders that all the committees has in WCPP, and we got all the stakeholders that all the departments have, because there was no one repository of stakeholders. And we took all that information and we integrated it into one stakeholder database. And there are members in the room that has asked, can you give me all your stakeholders for social development, for instance? And you can go and extract it and give it. We have taken it one step further in this parliament to establish a computer-based electronic stakeholder database where you can send an SMS, you can send an email, you can generate that automatically, and you can constantly grow. That's what we've been doing with all our Teta Natis and our 24 public education and outreach workshops that we do a year as well. From all of that, we get stakeholders and we put it into our database and we can sort it so that we know this is an education stakeholder. This is a youth stakeholder. This is a women's issue stakeholder, religious roots, etc., etc. So it makes it a lot easier for us to access and provide stakeholders to the committees. When there are public hearings, the stakeholders that are contactable is what we provide to the committees to say these are the stakeholders that we have from all our sectoral parliaments, etc., that you can liaise with on this specific issue that the bill is with regards to.
Continue just for clarity. When you started, you said you get the stakeholders from the committees. Now, how do you give back to the committees? I'm trying to find out.
Thank you, Chair. What we did initially in 2019 is we said, give us everything you already have. So all the different committees, their bits and bobs, we put it together. We do 24 public education and outreach workshops a year. From all those attendees, we get the information. Who are you? Contact number, email address. For every sectoral parliament that we have had since 2019, we've kept a register of who the attendees are, what's their field of interest, etc. for every Teta Nati. So we keep on growing the stakeholder database. We also do research and we keep the stakeholder database alive. So where we got, say, 5 initially from a department, we now have 25 across the province, not just necessarily centered in the metro, etc. So we keep on growing that all the time. We also ask the committees that when they have new people, they must please give, because it's not a public engagement stakeholder, it's a WCPP stakeholder database. So that's the one thing. The other thing that we have changed in the way that public engagement deals with support in terms of legislation is that we have now included ourselves as public engagement on the notification list of the National Assembly and NCOP, as well as the Provincial Legal Department, for notification of bills that are on its way to us. So instead of us waiting for NCOP to say, WCPP, here's the bill, we know before it's even coming to us. So the public education and outreach section then starts to do research on stakeholders. If it's a very technical bill, they would liaise with who the specialists in the field are. They would look at our stakeholder database. And by the time that the legislation reaches the committee, we had already given the committee coordinator the stakeholders that the committee could possibly explore. So that's one thing that we deal with the proactive processing of legislation. Another thing that we did, the COVID lockdown gave us a lot of time to work on enhancing administrative efficiencies. is to work on a process for processing submissions that the WCPP gets from the public. We have a huge problem with members of the public being very disgruntled with WCPP, and I think the chairperson touched on that as well, with closing the loop, with giving feedback. So people say we go to a public hearing and we give you a submission and we never hear anything. So with petitions, and Honourable Bosman will be very aware, with petitions, there's a very specific process. You've got so many days to consider it. You must give feedback on this. You know, with submissions, we never had anything like that. So we developed a process for processing submissions to ensure that there is a closing of the loop, that there's some feedback back to the people that made the submissions. That was approved by the chairpersons. It was sent to the chairpersons forum, and we are just waiting for a standing committee on rules for that to be ratified. So that's another measure that we put in place to see that we can enhance support to the committees. Just something that I omitted to say is that the committees also have direct access to the stakeholder database. So the committees can draw information from the stakeholder database in exactly the same way that we can. They can also add names to the stakeholder database. We for all the new people will do a moderation role. We actually verify. We call people and say, this is what we have as your email address. Is this correct? Is this still current? We have this as your list of interests. Is that still correct? We try very much to build relationships with people. The speaker mentioned with Teta Nati and the number of, we call everyone we invite. We don't just send a letter or a mail. We call and we say, this is what we are there to discuss. This is the program. Would you be interested? And follow up. So we speak to people about 3 times before the day that they arrive at Teta Nati. With regards to our cooperation with the committees, we are always, and when there's preparation for public hearings, the PEO people are in the meetings. We're always willing to assist. We're always willing to help. Mr. Stemela and I have spoken on a number of occasions. We've actually drawn up a document about what is the role of PEO in public hearings and what's the role of committees. And we're very committed to working on that together. And that document exists, and I think I will maybe circulate it or send it to the chair for dissemination to the PEO. But there is a division of responsibilities and a division of budget. The budgets for public hearings is budgeted for by the committee, not, for instance, by us. But like I say, we are very, very willing and always willing to assist. Chairperson, in terms of the matters raised with Teta Nati, one of the things that we did with the sectoral parliament is we developed a process for dealing with the recommendations made by the Women's Parliament and the Youth Parliament. And that process is going through, it went through the procedural hub, going through the Speaker's office, and being introduced to the House so that it can filter down to the work of the committee. We are doing the same thing with Teta Nati. We compile a list of all the matters raised at Teta Nati, all the issues that were raised by people that attended Teta Nati, and it is submitted to the Office of the Speaker in the form of a report, and from there it will be channeled into the work of WCPP so that it becomes part of the work of committees. So that has been established.
Thank you very much. What I asked was that why is not in the annual report? Why you didn't give us a record of that? How many did you get? And then how many are resolved? Because it's part of what you are doing in PO.
Noted, and we will include it in future. I can provide it to the committee, but in future we will put it in the annual report.
If it's not here, how do you quantify your work as PO? How do you see the value you did add in using Teta Nati as a public outreach to our communities?
We have record of that, Madam Chair, and we send a report to the Speaker's office via the Secretary after each round of tetanates. So the information is in there. We have never put it in the annual report before, but there's no reason why we can't. And there's no reason why we can't make it available to the committee either. So noted.
Thank you very much, Member Said and Member Bosman. Before you continue with the responses, I think it's more for the PO, and then you'll come in, Mr. Stemel.
No, Chair, I have the same concern as yours, and I just still, even with this explanation, I don't get the sense that we are where we should be in terms of the synergy between the public engagement work, the POA work, the Tetanati work, and the committees. Even if you look at the presence, it's an option for MPLs to attend Tetanati. It's not necessarily part of the, so for example, if you're doing a Tetanati in Neisner, I'll give an example because I, in the education portfolio, faced the situation. It was a Tetanati, I think in Neisner or somewhere, there was an education focus. I had the choice as to whether it wasn't seen as part and parcel of, it was not a requirement in terms of my committee work. So I could go, no, I think it's going to be good, let me go. But I think it's not, you had an option. And the program sometimes then, it's not aligned. So I think maybe there needs to be an improvement in that regard going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I share that frustration as well. And I think in the last POC member side to help you, we did resolve that the Parliamentary Programming Authority also needs to approve PO activities, and it needs to be aligned with the committee schedule, because you can't have members in a committee and then this interesting event is happening at the same time. So hopefully that will alleviate that. I think Ms. Fashir explained in quite a lot of detail how the system works, but I think maybe what I'd like to propose is that we as a committee with PEO get a presentation from the Parliamentary Monitoring Group. And I will ask through you, Chair, that Mr. Titus, the Secretary, the Speaker, share what we learned from the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Parliament, and the Houses of Commons around how petitions and public engagement and committee support is integrated into providing a response. Because I think we've invested money in building separate systems where the technology exists for all of this to happen through the website. If you look at the Parliamentary Monitoring Group's website, all of this can happen there. I get emails from members of the public through the Parliamentary Monitoring Group websites because there's a function to find your constituency MPP or MP. And I get notifications of WCPP meetings through the Parliamentary Monitoring Group because I've got an account on their website. So I think we've skipped a few steps in terms of how to coordinate and how to collaborate. And I think maybe that's to do with the silo mentality around each department having their own core mandate and their own budget attached to it. So I'd like to propose that we look at that going forward as an engagement with the committee.
Okay, that will fall in the resolution. Member, I'm saying member, Mr. Stemele.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Chair, probably Member Postman will remember last year we attended the public hearings in the Garden Route, and also last year I attended the official launch of Tetanati, and this year I attended the cluster visit. You know, when one attends this, there are notes that one makes. And probably the chairpersons that are sitting in this committee also remember that in our first consultation, the issue of Tetanati, the issue of the support that was offered to them, to the extent probably members, if they remember, those that might have had an insight with the activities of the Standing Committee on Health, when they had a meeting in Mitchell's Plain. The meeting was organized in collaboration with, with the PEO. And this is what we've been encouraging members. But the most unfortunate thing again is we can't come to the committees and say, this is the solution. We have to ask the members, and the members say that, look, we want this solution, we don't want this, we want that. So we provide all the options and the alternatives to the committees. And if the committee will say tomorrow, we want this, it will happen because we've got all systems that we're putting in place. Also, we have to accept and understand that the period that we're in, which is a year before the last year of this parliament, other things may not happen the way that we want them to happen, but again, are setting the scene so that we can have the systems that are in place for the next parliament. So this is how also we're building the issue of collaboration between the two directorates. Also, coming to the issue of digitalization of Hansard, it is true, honorable members, that yes, at some stage there was an issue with the papers that are being uploaded on the website, and that COBE had a term for that. And we managed to override that particular thing so that we can be able now to have access not only to the first page, but to the entire pages. That is, we go through the link where the PDF document will be found and be able to be gone through that and have all the full information that you require. On the issue of okay, I think on the digest of rulings. This was an administrative oversight, Member Postman, in the sense that when you are working on many documents, the senior was working on these documents simultaneously, because if you remember last year, it was last financial year, it was the first time that we've published these digestive of rulings on quarterly basis. So when we have to compile them, the compendium was made. But working on two different now documents, the PO only sent the wrong one, which excluded the first quarter of the financial year with all other quarters in it. So that's how the administrative glitch had happened. Yes, there was a conversation took place with the senior, and there was a rectifying process taking place. But going forward now, we've gone to the extent of even having an SOP on how to deal with this and who has to deal with it and the timelines. So that's how we've remedied that particular administrative oversight that had occurred regarding the issue of digestive rulings. I think I've covered the question, unless there is a follow-up.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, if I can maybe just ask Ms. Bashir to deal with the issue so that she can conclude. The issue of social media advertising. Then there was a question about how do we drive traffic to our website. And there were one or two other questions also related to SMS integration and social media and link. If we can just conclude on that part.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary. I agree with Honourable Bosman, and I think that's something that we need to arrange ASAP, that we get a presentation on the budget, that we get the website, so that members can look at the navigation thing. A lot of the things we found was actually on the user's configuration that was problematic, but I think it will help if we go through the navigation of the website with the members. The delay in the stakeholder database SMS integration was that us as the WCPP had to arrange, the contract with a service provider. The people who designed and built the stakeholder database can't enter into an agreement with a data service provider because they just built the system. They're going to leave. So we had to go through a supply chain process to go out on tender and to get a service provider to do the SMS integration. Service provider also said over December and January they're unfortunately too busy with Christmas and Happy New Year messages to avail themselves to us, and they were only available mid to late January. To start to engage with us after the service provider was appointed. So that was the delay with the SMS integration. The social media increase, there are a few things that happened there. The first one was that increasingly the social media activity is usurping the time of the senior communications officer, putting a lot of strain on other things that is happening, and it is a cause of concern for us. One of the things that WCPP did to try to address the situation is that we appointed a service provider to render graphic design services. And one of the things specifically is for design, elements that is to be used in our social media. So that it reduced the time that it took our staff, because our staff are not graphic designers. They're not trained and they don't have the software. So it took Matthijs, the officer, a day to make an infographic. Now we can send it to the graphic designer and we get it back in 2 hours. So we can literally generate more. In terms of the social media advertising, we have appointed a service provider. We have been in meetings with the service provider. We finalized the process of how we will work it, and correspondence is currently being drafted to go to the members to communicate that. Sorry, I don't know why I'm got a frog in my throat. Secretary, I think that is. The website is updated from our side as regularly as we can. Most of our social media postings are also posted on the website, and we have content managers in all the sections that are also constantly updating the website. People have asked us whether we are going to do a full review of the website, but that is cost in the millions, deep in the millions. So at this point, we don't have the funding for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. There was also a question on library services that Mr. Titus and newspaper access that Mr. Titus will be responding to. And then the question on the target in the office of the Speaker. And then maybe just Ms. Goldstone, there was a question on what were the 8 indicators that have not been achieved. I think that would conclude on this round, Chairperson.
Mr. Titus.
Thank you, Chair. The Honourable Sayed raised the question, I think that was on page 37, around the library services. And he specifically raised the issue around news highlights that we receive from the Department of the Premier and circulate within the WCPP. That is an old practice. It is something that we are reviewing. I do think that members do find usefulness for it, but we are a changing and moving organization, and part of our look going forward is to review those kinds of practices. You would also know, Chair, that we have introduced other online platforms for news and for news agency. Through whether we're talking about Press Reader, the other platforms, JSTOR, etc., that we are currently using. But we are also embarking on a new look to see to what extent we can extend the services of the library to an e-library service. So that is what is currently underway. We are looking at, we have found that members find it quite useful if we identify the highlights, daily highlights of the newspapers, and that is an area that we will be looking at. And so we are looking to share headline articles, etc., going forward with members of Parliament and with staff. But I think the exciting part that we are looking to pilot now is the aspects of expanding accessibility for members and staff to materials in the library through an e-library pilot process that we are embarking on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we are in conclusion of part B, and maybe if before I continue, how are we going to go about now? Is we are going to take a body break now, maybe for about members. 5 minutes. Okay. For about 5 minutes, but before we take that body break, what I wish that maybe could happen is I'll talk about it when we come back, but we are going to take part C, members, and then we are going to take part D at the same time. Then it will be the part E that will be the last one because we have to stop by 12 since we are going to go to the scope after. I still have another meeting that I have to go to. But I think members are ready now. We are almost done with the questions that will be coming. Is it that okay with you, members? Okay, and then if the officials also cannot motivate the answer, just answer the questions, we are going to work nicely. Thank you very much. 5 minutes break.
Toilets, Chair. 5 minutes.
Run through all the floors, member. Honorable members, can they come in? Please, just get the members to come in so we can continue. Okay, the members. So there is the change that when I was saying I'll talk when we come back. We are going to take part D only now, and then the C and the E, we'll group it together. So for now, let's take pages 99 to 121. The governance and the financials, it will be the C, the E. So usually they work together. So let's take that D part. Yeah, so we are the part C, which is from 79 to 98, and the part E, which is 122 to 180, we'll take them together. So for now, the part D, which is pages 99 to 121, the questions will come from those pages. Then after the last round, it will be from 79 to 98 and 122 to 180. C, governance, E, financials. Okay, over to you, members. I can count up to 3, then there's no questions, then the meeting is adjourned. So I recognize the member Syed. Not now, you're covered. For now, okay, member Bosman. Okay.
I'm happy to go, Chair.
Okay, over to you.
You said page 91 to? 99. So, Chair, my first question would be, since I've arrived here, we've spoken about the PwC report that you made reference to earlier. And I remember that that piece of work looked at functions and not individuals, if my memory is correct. And I just wanted to ask whether there's a periodic review of how the implementation has happened, and also with what the Secretary, Ms. Bashir, the Speaker, and Mrs. Tamela mentioned this morning around how we now find ourselves in a changing environment post-COVID. What lessons have we learned from our innovative new ways of working, and how does that affect what has already been implemented? And when Parliament gets together, and I think for the next strategic plan, which will be, I think, probably after our term has ended, what are some of the things that have already come out that Parliament has now put on the sort of the cloud, for instance? And then also I wanted to ask around the workshop that took place at the Cape Town Hotel around making the WCPP ready for the 21st century. I wanted to ask, out of that, what specific training and development needs were identified for the staff? So when we met with, I think it was different stakeholders. I remember I was in a session with the Gender Commissioner and the Western Cape Public Protector, and we're looking at how do we change Parliament for the 21st century. And I wanted to ask what training programs or development needs of the staff were identified, and were the staff consulted in terms of planning and plotting their studies. I'll start with that, Chair, for now.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, I'm going to go straight to Mr. Tritus, and if he so desires, Ms. Prakasim, the HR manager, to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe I'm trying to check which page was it that I saw where Speaker talked about how that PwC was refined and implementation took place, just to have an understanding if there's any changes that were implemented into that, or what does it mean? Over to you, Mr. Titus.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think perhaps I would just want to start by saying that the PricewaterhouseCoopers report is not only a report on the organizational structure. It is really a report that looks at the new modern parliament that the WCPP aspires to. So I want to start with that as a caveat. That influence not only the implementation of the organizational structure, but influences how we deal with the issues of people, of our processes, of our technology, and in particular the issues around digitalization and digitization and what that means for us as a modern parliament. But it also means to what extent, and some of the things that had come out already, are we able to integrate content with the digital future that we are busy with. So there has been so I wanted to contextualize that part for the committee's sake first and foremost, Chair. The second part is that there has been a review of the implementation model. After the PwC submitted their report in 2018, we had taken about a year and a half to look at practically whether there's coherence of structure. And Member Bosman is correct. When we spoke of the organizational structure, we were speaking of functions, not necessarily people. There have been agreements with the union, but we were looking at the functions and to what extent these functions are able to meet the functional objectives of the strategic objectives of the WCPP. So we took about a year and a half to assess to what extent we are able to have a coherent structure that speaks to the levels of integration and the levels of support that is required within the organization for this future fit organization. And there have been some changes, notably some of the changes related to where none of the changes impacted staff where staff had lost their jobs or retrenchments or anything like that. But what I needed to say within the administration, though, one of the changes is that language services has now shifted from where it sat in research. Function is still being performed, but now within the communications leg, where we're saying that there is a much more synergized approach to how we deal with language services under the broad umbrella of communication internally and externally. The Sergeant at Arms, that particular post initially used to sit within the with the PSS. That post has now shifted over into the Directorate Institutional Enablement, and that is simply because of the dual role that the Sergeant at Arms plays. The Sergeant at Arms does not only play a security and a cameo role in terms of the actual house sittings itself. So the Sergeant at Arms also plays a very key role in the kind of integrated conversations and corporate parts of the job that we spoke about a little earlier. One of the others, and I think one of the learnings that we had picked up from the remote working and our hybrid model that we started implementing is that certain jobs within our organization cannot be performed remotely. And so we've had to look at how do we as a responsible employer, ensure that people are gainfully employed while they are also being paid for the work that they are required to do. And so we have looked at re-entering and refiltering and looking at areas of greatest need. The service officers, for instance, a lot of the work that the service officers provide are actual practical hands-on kinds of things that cannot be done within a remote context. So we've also tried to look to see to what extent we are able to shift those individuals to areas of greatest need. That would include shifting one of those staff members in the records management space where there was a gap for service, and others to the logistics unit, which at the time before the start of this financial year only had two clerks in that particular space and a senior. So we brought that in line. So there's alignment. There's been no cost incurred there, chairperson, but it's a greater seamlessness that we've been able to achieve. So we have looked at the refinement. We are constantly looking at whether what we are offering and the jobs that we currently have in the changing kind of spaces, whether this remains relevant for where we need to be going. I don't know whether Carolyn wants to, Ms. Prakasam wants to add anything, but I think that is around the periodic review of implementation digitalization processes. The workshop question, I'm not able to respond to the member on that particular issue. I'm not too sure whether the secretary or any of the other colleagues are able to assist there.
Maybe if I can also ask you to try and assist me. How does all that refinement talk to the member support in your strategic organizational structure? How did you go about in the PwC? Was it any information that was talking to that about the support to the committees or the support to the members? And if there was something to that effect, is it implemented now, or you still in the process also of implementing what is needed? Was it to reduce staff, or was it to add for specifically for the member support?
Thank you, Chair. I think an organizational structure exists in support of its overall mandate. And so the intention of, or the strategic intent has been to provide support to members. The shift, as opposed to the compartmentalized approach, or as Member Bosman had put it earlier on, the siloist approach, we are learning as an organization to work more integratedly, more transversally, because the Secretary started alluding earlier to say that when we're speaking of support these days, we're not only thinking of support only from the PSS context. Research services is a direct support to committees and to the work of Parliament, but it's sitting in Program 1. Library services, information management is a direct support to members and to Parliament, but it's also sitting in Program 1. So the way that we are defining support has become more a transversal, overarching look at what the support is, what kind of support is required. The enabling support that IT, for instance, provides through streaming every single committee session. That is the kind of practical support that is being provided outside of the PSS space. So I think how the organization views the nature of the support and how we are looking to implement that, that is how we see it, broader than just the committee unit itself. We can still improve as far as transversal approaches are concerned, and it is also an organizational cultural growth process for us, moving from siloist kind of approaches to far more integrated and value-adding approaches. So that is how I would respond to that, Chair. Thanks.
Chairperson. Yeah, maybe just your question, your last question now was, did the PwC report speak of numbers in terms of support to committees and members, and are we implementing that report? Was there a reduction or was there an increase? Okay, so before I conclude on that response to that question, I'm going to ask Ms. Fushia just to give us a bit of indication within 3 sentences as part response to your question on numbers and functionality.
In terms of committees and member support.
Okay, so Chairperson, the PwC report speaks of various models of implementation, and then for those of us who would have read the PwC report, it says there's an option A that can be implemented in terms of the combination of combination of functions, and this is how the organization would look like. The institution had then at the time selected a specific model with a bit of variances to that specific model. The variances was also necessitated by the fact that the institution had made a commitment to the union that no staff member will lose his or her job, and therefore that will be factored into the model. At the time, we then had a deputy secretary that was in the institution. So although none of those models had spoken to the post of a deputy secretary, because of that commitment, that needed to be factored in. The PwC report, if we read from the beginning of the report, also as an assessment of what are the functions, what do they think, what is the workload, if we a work study exercise or a time and task exercise was also part of that, they would then assign a certain weight to that specific function and then say for this function, you need X number of staff members for the function to happen. Okay. Our current level of staff in certain areas within the organization is a bit higher than what that report had specifically suggested. I think one of those models speaks of that the institution needs to have something like 77 posts in total. 77 posts in total. Okay, where we currently have is it 117? So we had thought that maybe in the consideration, and that's why we do a periodic review of what the PwC report had provided to us as recommendations, so that we see whether the current environment at the time of that review, whether the PwC report is still realistic in terms of that implementation. My recollection of the PwC report, if we come to committees specifically, is that the number of staff members that had been recommended there was lower than what we currently have in terms of the levels. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. And I'm asking that because I saw the report that it was saying that, and that is why I mentioned that now the refined structure. What does it say? Because it will be versus what PwC said. And I think we were talking with Member Bosman about the issue of, we got that from PwC, but the experience in Parliament, the reality, getting information from them about the Parliament, was there a consultation with the employees of the Parliament for them to understand the responsibility? Did that happen or that didn't happen? Because the union, it can be the organizers that are out there, but the employees or the workforce within this Parliament, it will be them that have to tell the PwC what is it that was happening. Did that ever happen? Was there a report that was concise that was received from the workforce to say what is our responsibilities per day and what is it that needs to happen? Because when I looked at that report, it doesn't talk to the responsibilities. It's just a high-level university, maybe report that is not talking about our day-to-day that can change just like this overnight, and we'll have to do things differently. So that was a concern. So I was asking that question to find out the refined part of this Parliament. Did you also see what I've seen as we were talking about with Member Bosman?
Chairperson, maybe just my last comment on the PwC report. And again, I don't think the exercise that was embarked upon by PwC would ever have envisaged 2019 to 2022, the COVID period. Well, what Mr. Titus and his team has done, and there was a small multifunctional committee that was put in place, is to look at how does our strategy and our modernization, i.e. remote working, how does that now factor into the work of individuals? We would surely agree that the function of a messenger, somebody collecting mail at the post office, is not something that can be done remotely. I say tongue in cheek, but there are other functions that it is possible, because during the hard lockdown we saw it was possible that could be done remotely. Other functions where you need to be in the office. When there's a sitting in the house, the secretary needs to be in the house in order for that function to be delivered. Okay, so they are in the closing processes of finalizing our thinking with regards to remote working, because even that might lead to another refinement of what PwC had put on the table. Because if I am a researcher, for example, when members are physically present in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, surely as the researcher, I need to be accessible to the members when the member wants to discuss a matter of research. Okay, but when I'm drafting a research report, so I am doing my research, okay, the question could then be, do I physically need to be in the building? Because research does not get done in an office necessarily, other than the desktop type of research that needs to be done as part of that specifically. But surely it then impacts on how the work is performed, Okay, and that then translates into the remote working strategy. That then we need to see is whether there's an impact on that, on what was proposed by the PwC report going forward. Chairperson, what we are conscious of every time when we do the review is that we don't necessarily do the review to create additional posts, because that costs money, and that is a recurring commitment that we need to put in place if we do create additional posts. But we've not created additional posts where we might have abolished one post, i.e. the post of the former deputy secretary, and then created another post to continue with the functions that needed to happen in that area, conceivably at a lower level in terms of the grading of the post. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think also in our resolution, we are going to put how are you going to react, because remote working is something that we all appreciate. You've got ESCOM also. That is, we'll have to, So we'll have to say, how are you going to react? Because ESCOM will be in the meeting and then a person will say, am I audible? And while it's not even audible, and the meeting will be adjourned before you can take the decisions. So it's those challenges that you'll find that the connection is bad because ESCOM load shedding is happening. So we'll have to say to the parliament, you need to come to us to say, what is it that measures are you going to put in place versus the remote working when coming to ESCOM? How does it impact you? And then the reaction to that. Member Bosman?
Chair, thank you very much for those very comprehensive responses. I think I learned a lot more now than I knew and understood before. I just wanted to ask a question and then a follow-up as soon as I get the answer. Are members considered employees of the WCPP in the legal terms? Because when I was a local councillor, I used to joke with SARS that I'm just a very well-paid volunteer who gets a stipend. But SARS was the only person who saw me as an employee when it came to taxation. So that's the one question, and then I've got a follow-up to that.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the legal colleague to respond to that. Advocate Leroux.
Advocate Leroux, there is a chair. You can sit between member Said and member permanently. So whoever wants to remove you, tell them I said you can sit there.
Thank you, Chair. Short answer to that question is no. Members are not considered employees. There is case law on it. I think my colleague Fushia might also, I can't remember what the case's name is now, but there is case law on that. Thank you.
So the follow-up is, since we are not employees, but we need access to the same type of information or a different level of information that employees need, why don't we have access to any of the internal intranet, the internal phone books, these icons on our computers? Why are we not able to access our payslips online? Why are we the ones having to spend energy typing emails and putting members' affairs under pressure with 100 emails a day to get information when Parliament isn't able to provide that information to us?
Chairperson, that's not a follow-up question to Advocate Leroux, who I see now vacates his seat. Mr. Titus and or Mr. Skriker will respond to that specific question, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I think members who have been here from the Fifth Parliament would remember that there was an attempt previously to get members' payslips electronically accessible and available. That process did not work well for us. So earlier on, when the CFO spoke about the Sage 300 project, part of that project has an employee support service, which would include members of Parliament as well. And part of that would mean that members would have access to their payslips, and staff would have access to their payslips and those kinds of information as far as that is concerned. The internal communication processes, I'm not too sure whether Ms. Fushia will be able to speak to some of those in terms of the way that we communicate internally. When it is about members' affairs issues, My directorate, the Members Affairs Office, as well as the manager, people management, are the individuals who directly correspond with members pertaining to member support and benefits, if I can call it that. The idea also, and Member Bosman mentioned the issue around the intranet. The intranet is a space that is one of the targets for our knowledge management unit for this particular financial year. It is in the offing, and part of that means that there would be a platform for members where all related relevant kind of information will be placed. The same with staff. The idea is that knowledge management will be embedded in the practices of the WCPP, but the vehicle for that is the internet platform that is being built. There is a wireframe that we are busy discussing at the moment, but it's a platform that's being built on the SharePoint platform at the moment. I hope that responds.
He's shaking his head. Member Bosman.
Chair, I think I've got an advantage because I'm a digital native, but Microsoft Teams is a SharePoint service. Microsoft Teams has some of that functionality already. So are we developing something new again? Because Microsoft Teams can become a repository for information and you can implement access control. And then the WCPP also has Outlook, which I suspect the entire Microsoft suite comes with all of those functions already. So it's just about building the other elements into it. And that's done through linking and permissions from an IT perspective, if I understand it correctly.
The Titus?
Member Bosman is absolutely correct. That is the route that we are following. We are also obviously following all of the governance processes and the content navigation based on what had come out of the knowledge management audit that was conducted in last year. So that is correct, that is the route that we will be following. At the same time, I think the important facet is that there is one particular space. We have the integrated, in the Microsoft Office 365, the suite, we do have all of the stacks that the member has spoken about integratedly already. But it is about where we locate that in the living spaces. If Mr. Skrikker wants to add, or Mr. Babu want to add some more detail, I think they could, especially if it's some technical information.
I saw a hand there at the back. That means you have to come closer, sir. Yeah. I'm not going to have you on record, and I need to record everything that you're going to say.
Thanks for that input, Member Bosman. We're actually looking at Teams as our new Windows, as our new launching pad. Even the help desk system will be launched from Teams from here onwards. So you wouldn't have to go to another portal. We'll be launching the intranet from Teams as well. So it's going to become your new Windows, your new access into the organization. It has been developed by Microsoft with that in mind, and that is also our internal strategy, that is the portal you will come through and will access all systems, including the intranet and any other type of integrations that you would like, your files, your documents, the OneDrive. The email is now finally tightly integrated with Teams as well. You have your single calendar. You'll reset your password in the same manner. So we are thinking in that terms. Using Teams.
That is good news. By when?
Remember, we're really vigorous in our Office 365 project at the moment, and I think in the next 2 months we will be ready to launch Teams as the front end for the institution. As soon as we have that wireframe completed with the intranet, and we are working with Mr. Babu on that, then we'll start showcasing and showing the practical part of it in the next 2 months. We're doing small little projects on the side to somehow pilot how we will be doing it. So hopefully you guys will see the output of that very, very shortly.
In the new year. Okay, Member Bosman.
Just a final note from me on this section. May I propose then that the POC members become the guinea pigs for the testing of it, and in 2 months' time we can test it. And also if POC can get a detailed change management plan for how it's rolled out, because the experience of the last few days have not been a pleasant one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's agreed to.
Agreed to, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Members? That being said, now we are going to the part C and E. So that means it will be the questions of 79 to 98 and part E 122 to 180.
Okay, if I could start.
Yes, please do.
If I could perhaps ask if there's been any changes to any of the policies within the year under review. So those are policies around fraud and corruption, policies around managing the sort of internal governance issues within the WCPP, and also policies affecting members as well. Ms. Bashir made reference earlier to the document which we signed off on, the SOP, that still needs to go to rules. And we know that rules hasn't sat in a while. So if we can get an idea of what still needs to go to rules as well, to make sure that we do our part as members as well. And then on page 101, Chair, if I'm looking at it correctly, over the last 4 financial years, the vacancy rate has consistently been about 5% in the WCPP. Taking into account the information that was already provided to us earlier about underspending and the trends in appointing staff and the process that it takes, are there any sort of tentative plans in place to mitigate that, to make sure that with this new way of working and tightening up how we're doing things, that we can anticipate where to sort of make sure that the vacancy rate stays lower? So if we know that we're not going to be able to appoint somebody in Q1, not to put that money in Q1, etc. That's that question. And then sort of also looking at whether any of these reports have done a benchmarking around the specific skills. So we've got a very detailed benchmarking activity through the CPA, which I thought was interesting reading, but that benchmarking didn't speak to specifically how the skills currently in the WCPP actually corresponds with the WCPP's strategic or overall plan, as Mr. Titus very eloquently outlined it earlier. And then, Chair, I'll stop there because I'm moving on to other pages.
A response, Mr. Titus?
Just with regard to the... Thank you, Chair. With regard to the question on the vacancy rates and how to curtail that and how to plan for that. We do know that certain posts are easier filled than others within the organization. It is more difficult with specialized particular positions, especially in areas that are unique to the WCPP to fill those kinds of positions. Part of, I think, the challenge that the Secretary had raised earlier is the point of we cannot preempt whether that position is going to be filled by an internal candidate or an external candidate. The ideal would be that we have a balance between people who have the know-how internally and new, fresh ideas coming from other people external to the organization. In people management spaces, a vacancy rate of under 10% is seen as a healthy vacancy rate. And the turnover rate along those areas is seen as healthy because you need to have organizational churn. Otherwise, you sit with a kind of situation where you're talking about the so-called dead wood within an organization. So there is a need for us to have, on the one hand, people who have consistent knowledge of practice standards, etc., and new people coming in with new ideas. So we do budget along the lines of how to fill positions and when and how long those processes are supposed to take. And so that is being monitored. I think the other thing that we've also started doing, Chair, is to look at what savings we have and to what extent we are able to pool that savings for targeted, specialized, short-term recruitment. We've done one such initiative now where we have appointed on a contract basis a person to do project management from savings in that particular space. So that is how we're dealing with a so-called underspend, if I can call it, in some of the COE. With regard to the Chair, I thought that we are still busy with Part D.
I jumped the gun, Chair.
He jumped the gun.
Okay.
We are on Part C and Part E. He just
So
got an escape clause
jumped back
of just
Okay.
sort of.
Okay. Just with regard to some of the policies that we're talking about, there have been, and maybe Ms. Prakasam will be able to give us a little bit more succinct update on some of the policies and the relationship between those policies. The one thing that I do realize that we've had a review of the members' guide, the members' facilities guide in this year under review. One particular issue that we had brought in was the making the 50,000 accessible for members training if members had a training initiative that they had identified as an issue. And I think that is something that had come from the POC previously. To my knowledge, only 2 members opted to use that as a facility. The access to bespoke training for individual members' needs. That was one of the aspects that were changes to the members' facilities guide. And I think the other document was the presiding officer's manual, which was also reviewed in the last financial year, the period under review. Those are the 2 main policy documents that govern our presiding officers and the members of parliament. I don't know, Ms. Prakasam, Carolyn, if you would want to just reflect on some of the other policies within the people management space.
But Sima, do you know where I found this member in October, in September, in George, while Charlotte and I were checking
You
in?
can somewhat permanently take a seat here. You don't have to stand there. There are 2 people there.
But the Titus doesn't want to too close to the
Okay,
members.
maybe I must just give instruction in my committee. Mr. Titus, take your seat there.
Fine, I'm fine, Chair.
I think you'll have to get the sergeant at arms, Chair.
Go on, ma'am, and then sit there permanently.
Thank you so much, Chair. So in response to the question, Mr. Titus has dealt with the policies that have been reviewed specifically in relation to members. With regards to employees, the policies that have been updated and implemented is firstly the rewards and incentive policy. In addition to that, leave as well as the study assistance policies are policies that were reviewed and revised during the period under a review. There has been discussion around the introduction of a potential remote working model. And so one of the policies that forms part of that is, of course, the overtime and the subsistence and travel allowance policies. So the review around the work that's being done in relation to remote working will dovetail with any policy revisions in regards to overtime and subsistence and travel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You are also going to move.
Chairperson, I'm going to ask that she maybe doesn't move for now, Chairperson.
Yeah, don't move because we're still dealing with this part and then it cannot be moving. There.
Chairperson, if you would allow me, maybe.
Yes.
I also got to hear that the question from Honorable Bosman was also about governance policies in the governance environment. So maybe Ms. Goldstone and Mr. Craig might be able to assist us. But before they assist with the response, if Ms. Prakasim or Mr. Titus can maybe just give us an update, because the issue of vacancy rate was also raised, an update in terms of how many posts are currently vacant. Because remember, I said this report is dated, there would have been activity happening, so that we can also then see what, in terms of numbers and maybe percentage, in terms of the vacancy rate. Because from my assessment, it would have dropped again, given the new faces and the new people that would have assumed duty from the 1st of April until today being the 11th of October 2022. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Just for interest sake, before you respond, when was these books printed? When was the annual report printed? And the reason why I'm asking, on page 85, Chief Whip, Ms. M.M. Wenga, the Deputy Chief Whip, I mean, it's all information that you have here. So I'm just, was it printed before?
Chairperson, if I can maybe assist, and when I say the report is dated, the report or the document deals with the reporting period 1st of April 2021 until 31st of March 2022. Anything that would have happened post the 31st of March 2022 will be in the next annual report. And so we may be able to provide updates on what had happened from the 1st of April, but this document is for the reporting period April 2021 to March 2022. And that's why some of the information in here would be outdated. Thank you,
Thank you very much. I just wanted that to be clear, because when we get the response, we hear the response of some responses are for the what is going to be in the report in the coming. So just answer us on the report that is here only with what has happened. Do we understand each other? What do I mean? It's some of the responses that we get is what you are going to implement. It's not about, like you mentioned now, that this report is the 2020, 2021. Oh, 2021, 2022, like until March. So we get the response of after March. That is why I'm saying that if we can stick to that, because it's confusing when maybe member understand what do I mean about that. Thanks, Speaker.
Chairperson, you are correct, Chairperson. But I think it's just our duty to get the committee also up to speed in terms of what is currently happening. But I get your point, ma'am. I get your point.
And also, Chair, if the honorable members are not going to ask, what are you doing about this? Where are you with this? So, because then the administration is tempted to give an update. So we will go as far as trying to appraise the honorable members of progress insofar as the specific detail that which they seek to get clarity on. But I think the question that you've raised is, the statement that you made was that let us not belabor the responses. So I think that frustrates you because you want to conclude at some stage. Thank you.
Very much. Okay, you can continue. You can continue, sir.
Just in response to, through you, Chair, to Member Bosman, I think in terms of fraud and corruption, the fraud prevention policy itself was not updated in the year in review. The only policy that was updated, well, it's a new policy, is the conflict of interest policy. So the whistleblowing policy was done in 2020, but it wasn't updated. The ethics management strategy would have been set for the financial year, but it actually gets reviewed in the previous financial year. So what we do with and you'll see at the bottom with the fraud health check, is to get an assessment basically of staff and how they feel about certain things. That gets analyzed and it moves into that ethics management strategy. So if part of it is to relook at policy environments, and that is what you analyze out of it, then it would go to the GovCom for that suggestion. So we effectively a year ahead of a particular process. So we will do it within that financial year for the forthcoming year, which we are now in 22-23.
Thank you very much, Mr. Titus.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chair. Perhaps just to say before I give the percentage vacancy, all the posts that have been created by the functional enhancement project, all those posts have been advertised and filled. I think the last post to be filled is the legal advisor position. But subsequent to this, so essentially we can say that we have implemented the new organizational structure. But since this is a moving organization, new positions have become vacant. I think there are 5 vacancies currently as at the end of September. We've got a vacancy rate of 8.4% currently, but these are older positions. In certain instances, we're also speaking of people who are now taking retirement and who are leaving the organization in that particular way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, is there any other questions? I take it is a wrap. Any last word from member? Oh, you were outside. You must stay here so that you know where we are. So presently we were dealing with part C and E. So any questions from, we are done with D. So it's C and E. You can ask any other question as long as you are not going to move us back.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, it's linked to the finances, but again, I mean, there was an undertaking made by the secretary when the CFO responded on the issue of the. Oh, look, it's not a specific page, Chairperson. It's not a specific page. It was when the secretary indicated that the CFO will just give us the amount around the issue of the Vasson report. I just wanted to get a sense, maybe from the CFO or the secretary, have the resources been recovered? That's all I wanted to know. Thank you. Then I'm covered. Thank you.
I think it was responded, but you can.
No, that question, but the question is a short answer. No. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Chairperson,
continue.
There's a process that gets followed, like with any other matter related to that. That process has not yet been completed. So the short answer is no, there's been no recovery as we sit here today with regards to that amount. Thank you.
Member Bosman.
Chair, I'm going to go to page 93 because I'm a good student and I stayed in class. Recommendation 9.3, which is a recommendation that was made by the Parliamentary Oversight Committee, that the institution formulate and submit a plan to the committee on how it will support members who wish to pursue academic studies. This fits into the answer Mr. Titus gave about making the facility more accessible. We have not received that plan, and I see you've noted in the annual report that you acknowledge that you've not sent that plan. Would we be able to get that plan before the next annual report is tabled? If it's not developed, if we can get it so that we can also ensure that we understand how we need to make that facility more accessible, because the reason I think, Member Titus, just anecdotally, why only 2 members have used that facility is because it's a reimburser facility. So if you sign up, and I'm going to use myself as an example, if I signed up for a course or a degree at the University of the Western Cape, the response I get from Members Affairs is you need to pay UWC the 32,000 or 49,000 in fees and then claim it back from Parliament, which means that we're not actually getting value for money, because the way universities are structured, if you pay everything up front for that year, you get a discount. But if I have to go and swipe my credit card for 38,000 at UWC, it will take Members Affairs a couple of weeks to process that claim, which means I might have to come and beg to you to get some money to go do something else. So I think if we could get that responded to, before we break for December, that would be helpful, Chair.
Secretary.
The request from the member is noted, Chairperson.
And then the timeline?
The member had requested before we break for
So
for
it's in
December.
order.
Yeah, and the following response might take up a bit more time than what we need. So I'm going to be guided by the chairperson. At the time, member Bosman, the current operations related to how the 50,000 could be used at the time when that recommendation was made was not yet in place. Okay. So again, things had happened over time to such an extent that the 50,000 is now, as we sit here, available for that purpose too. I think what I am hearing from Member Bosman is how do we then make it easier for members to access the facility when the need arises. Okay, and that is the response that Member Bosman has suggested that is provided before the December break, and I'm sure that's something that could be attended to before that, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. That was just a commitment of that will happen. So thank you very much, Secretary. Any other question, members? Don't
Apologies.
do that.
Final one.
Okay.
One. No, it's linked to some extent to Member Bosman has stimulated something. I just wanted some clarity, perhaps. You know, and members usually ask us these when you are leading in a caucus is we know that that members' affairs in terms of the enabling allowance has been covering the cell phone usage of members and devices and that type of thing. At some stage when COVID-19 started, they were covering the Zoom for members. There was a stage when we know there are cases where Zoom, I see that has been discontinued now, where Zoom is not necessarily covered. Can I just get a sense as to why? Is there a reason? Not that it's problematic, that it's not. We just want to get a sense as to what would the rationale be now for Zoom no longer, for members no longer being able to claim for Zoom usage. Thank you.
If I could maybe just help Member Syed out, I think he's in violation of the WCPP's IT usage policy because we use Microsoft Teams and not Zoom. So he might be careful how he phrases it.
Chairperson, and Mr. Titus is going to help me out here. The claim for reimbursement covers cell phone usage, which is talk time, and data services. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know what has been the change in that specific area. It might be that we need to look at that specific incident and then see what has been the change in that area. But when a member submits the claim, the member can claim for cell phone usage, call time, and for data services that is being used. I don't know if Mr. Titus would want to add anything.
Chair, nothing to add, covered.
Thank you very much. I think the members also, the responses have covered every question that you did ask. So that being said, I'm going to hand over to, you have 1 minute, Speaker. So last word, a minute.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I respectfully appreciate the minute. Before it gets over, I would like to thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the Standing Committee, the POC, and of course, appreciate the robust engagement and the critical contributions that were made in endeavor to do oversight over the affairs of the executive authority and the accounting officer in order to ensure that this parliament functions. So we really appreciate that. Areas where we may have to bring more information before you, we will do that. And I want to thank the Secretary, the Deputy Speaker, and the Secretary and the SMT collective for your support. And of course, all the members of the staff in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament for your continuous professionalism to support all parties in this parliament and to support the honorable members. And of course, Madam Chairperson, we received a clean audit. If you read on page 88, I know that you say you don't clap hands for a fish that swims well, but I think this team deserves a round of applause for having done the very best. From me, in the bottom of my heart, I thank them. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and of course, to my team in the office of the Speaker. Again, thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, any last word?
No, just a big thank you to POC and to all the administration for their hard work. We know it's always a crazy time of this year, but thank you to the many administration that I deal with in terms of training international relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And from me as a chair, I just want to say thanks for really responding to those critical questions from the members. And I think it's more of the engagements that will be happening as we are going to have some resolutions that we'll have to look at. And also for the clean audit, also I want to say thank you. This institution is a benchmark for other legislations within the country. So you need to pat yourself on the back in really doing what you are doing, and also for the support that you are giving to the members. I think on their behalf, I need to say thank you very much. There are some teething problems sometimes where we are trying to find ourselves, but what is important is for us to engage and to make sure that for the sake of our communities, we do what needs to be done and we communicate where we see that happening. So with that being said, Secretary, thank you very much. And also Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and all. Again, there is a lunch. So you do me a favor, because that means now it's my budget. You're going to eat lunch from the speaker to the deputy speaker to everyone that is in here. There is a lunch in the members' lunch. I don't have wasteful expenditure. I also want clean audit in my committee. Go and eat. Thank you very much, members. Just for a few minutes. Okay, for you to move out, you have 30 seconds. So that we can okay, what I need is for you to move out quietly.
Mr. Stemele,
Move out
this is like the bus on the cluster visit. Do we need to get off so we can get you were in your car?
Okay, I'm going to ask Dustin to read us all the resolutions that we have captured so that we don't have to come to a meeting just for the resolutions. Are we in agreement, members? Okay. Thank you very much, Dustin.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, members. So there was quite a few resolutions for briefings and requests for documentation. I've just put it in shorthand, most of it, but I will formulate it into a nice presentation, each one of them. So basically, so number one is a resolution on POC engage with the Department of Transport and Public Work and WCPP on the facility management of the institution in terms of toilets, access to the buildings, etc. So that's the one. And then the chairperson asked for a report on the exact precinct perimeter of WCPP. In terms of where does it start, where does it end, do we know what's happening, etc. And then the speaker made a standing request again that in each meeting that we have on the notice, Chair, a standing item with regards to facility management, any backlogs, any issues. So then what we will do, Chair, we will then I will then consult with you, maybe put it on, Chair, as a standing item and then get an official on transport and public works at every meeting to respond to it. If there's issues, then that official is there to respond to anything. And then Chair, okay, so there's a request for a actual demonstration of finding information, example hands-on, on the WCPP website. So that was one. PEO stakeholder database report to be sent to all the members. That was what Ms. Porsche spoke about. And then we get PMG and PEO brief POC on petitions, moving and removing silos between PEO, and also lessons learned from the Scottish Parliament, etc. From that membership that went overseas, and just basically seeing how we can move WCPP forward in terms of implementation. Member Bosman wanted to say something, Chair?
I just wanted to say that the recommendation I made was that a PEO and the silos must meet with PMG and get a presentation, because we know what PMG looks like. We use it. I think they're the ones who don't know it. They must then come back to us and say, what have they learned from PMG? What have they learned from the other websites, etc. Member Syed will tell you in his travels some of the other parliaments, and maybe what comes out of that Brazilian report as well.
Yes.
Well, how are they bringing it all together? Because that's what's missing.
Implementation in the organization. Thank you for that, Mima. I will just then rephrase it, etc. And then from Member Bosman spoke about the remote working and how WCPP respond to the remote working mechanisms. And then the chairperson indicated in light of, for example, ESCOM challenges that we experience. They spoke about, there was a request from Bosman for change management plan in terms of IT services.
Specifically around the
share drive.
Teams becoming the central.
Okay, I will put that. ERP, there we go. I will put it in there. Yeah. And then as well as the case law that's been referred to members being employees, the advocate indicated, and then there's a case law for that. Chair, and then basically just page 93 on this annual report, the plan for academic studies for members, they must just give us a report before the end of December.
Yeah, I think the last one from me, it will to engage with the PO and also the standing committee, also STEMELE, so that we can find a solution to how synergy, how should they work. I think it will be the responsibility also of members to make a recommendation to them, because we can, from how they are working and the reality of it, we can hear that they need to merge to form one thing. We don't have to have the other department and the other department, because at the end it's about what is being needed, and also to get the information of all those issues that were raised in the Tetanati, where are they, and then they need to give us the information how far they in responses to those community members that they raised hope that they will give the responses to that.
Chair, and then perhaps that could speak to, because it does actually, to the issue of enhancing public participation when it comes to committee work. If they don't operate in silos, you will actually have the ripple effect of public participation being improved and increased.
Be on the first agenda of the financial, so that the next financial year we champion it, because the basic is the foundation of these committees in place. Member?
Chair, I'm going to take guidance from you in terms of whether this falls under the purview of what we can do. Is Member Botha and I, in our capacities as Chair of Education and Social Development, presented a plan and a detailed program for a joint workshop of our two committees to assess the oversight model of our two committees, specifically in relation to how communities and stakeholders, whether that be teachers, social workers, parents, NGOs and organizations, interact with members of parliament and how we engage with them. What I'd like to propose is that we take some of those and say that from the Parliamentary Oversight Committee, the chair of POC with members will develop a 2-day, 3-day workshop early next year for all members with key representatives, with the directors from the different units that are affected, the silos as I refer to it, with an external facilitator, and we can look at the program that Member Porter and I had that was, we couldn't go through with it because Parliament didn't want to give us the money. Because I think that answers a lot of the overarching questions around collaboration, around thinking differently about oversight, but also doing the type of work that you've been doing in human settlements around actually going out and seeing and what you're asking. So I'd like to propose that we form a little task team within our grouping here that can put that together for January for all members of the WCPP and the key staff members, but then we also identify in each portfolio who are those key stakeholders so we can get feedback from them. So whether that's feedback from an education grouping, it's the Association of Governing Bodies, for instance, also concerned parents, etc. We set it up like that. I can certainly help with the program around that. And then my second resolution would be that we investigate amending the guide for members to make the enabling allowance more accessible, so that we do that ourselves and we do a review of the members guide from what's been picked up in the annual report as risks, that what the institution has put forward, and that we send that off as well to the rules committee for them to adopt.
I think what we need to do, maybe, member, is to get a briefing of the FAMPLA when coming to the enabling allowance. Let's start there, that we get there, because FAMPLA came with all those changes that we didn't understand. So if we start there, then it will give us the guidance of how would we go about in tweaking some of the things that we feel is a concern to us, so that we don't attend to them one by one. We take the holistic approach to check to that. And also on the one of the public participation, I like that idea, but let's start in having Mrs. Schaefer
For
share and Stemele to come, so that we can have an understanding how are they working now. Then when we come with a solution to tweak it, we understand, because we had limited time, and what they're saying with what is happening are two parallel things. We know that they're saying they're working together, but we have never seen that in principle. When you have a legislation, your procedural officer have to run around doing everything. It's not like they say. So let's have them to talk to us, because that will be a motivation enough from me to say the funds have to be available in things that needs to happen. So build up nicely to make sure that we react to what we hear from them, besides today as the annual report. Will that be in order?
That's in order.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm not finished,
Yes,
Chair.
over to you.
Can we also then get a list of all internal policies across all programs that has been amended since the start of the term? And then, yeah, the others I can send to Dustin, just as a request for information, which I think we already have, which we might not have.
I think that is the wrap for now. If there's anything else, members, Dustin has got a WhatsApp of us. You can, if there's something that you miss, you can always send it, and then we'll do that. We'll look at it. Members, with that, those resolutions, I don't want us to come back to come and adopt the resolutions. So with that being said, do we still have to come back and adopt the resolutions? No, we don't have to do that. Already we have said that with that resolution that we mentioned, can we adopt them in principle? Okay, proposer, Member Sayed, supporter, Member Plato.
Yes.
Thank you very much, members. The meeting is adjourned. I don't want a wasteful expenditure. Go and eat lunch.